portions that are made with wood, portions that might be built with bricks. It's very popular for us in South Africa to build with bricks. So there could be metal portions, wooden portions, bricks, different building materials in the same little cells, and they don't all look the same because they need to serve different purposes. So my lung cells don't look the same as my skin cells or my kidney cells or my heart cells. But in each organ system, there are many different little building blocks, the cells, and the blood can of what it carries. And on the screen, you can see two short summary lists. These carries necessities to every single cell, and our cells require water, they require oxygen. In most cases, our cells require proteins and fats and minerals and vitamins and all those words that we hear, but we don't always know exactly what they do. And I'm not going to be diving all that much deeper into this because I think as the day progresses and you hear discussions from different speakers, a lot of this will unpack as the day unfolds. But in summary, each and every cell is dependent on the delivery system to bring those little components, those building materials, to allow for the cell to function, to have fuel, to be alive because it's a living cell, and for it to repair when the blood. And then the blood carries a second purpose, just as essential as it is for us to receive electricity and receive water and receive our food into our homes. It is almost equally essential for us to have waste material carried away. I'm sure that you can imagine what your house would look like if you couldn't take out the trash for a month or two, or if the toilets stopped flushing and your sewage system didn't work. So equally essential, we have the blood not only bringing supplies to every cell, but carrying away the waste materials. And that includes the carbon dioxide, the metabolic waste, and other toxins, as well as the portions of a cell that may have died or started getting damaged from whatever cause. As that cell goes through a repair process, there are debris and waste materials that also get carried away through the bloodstream. So when we understand just this basic principle of the blood bringing essentials, carrying away the waste, we realize that the blood is absolutely essential for life. And there's another way that we can summarize this, and this is a very simple illustration again, but it gives us the overview of how this system works. We all want healthy cells because every single cell is a building block that forms part of a bigger structure, whether it is part of the kidney, part of the lung, part of whatever. Each building block plays its own little role. Are all dependent on good blood. So we've seen now in the previous slide what the blood brings and what it carries away. But as you can imagine, this whole system actually depends on more than just having the good blood, because you can have really good water supplies or really good electricity, but it needs to get to your house. You have to be able to get things transported. And just the same as when there is load shedding in South Africa, where there's no electricity actually arriving at our homes, that system falls flat when whatever is being supplied doesn't get where it needs to go. So we need the good blood, but then we also need the transport system to work effectively. The blood has to be in the best possible condition. And oftentimes I think about this in a similar way to a traffic jam. If you've got a serious roadblock somewhere, you get a real big challenge with delivery systems, and it all actually collapses very quickly. So we need the good blood, we need healthy pipes for that blood to flow in. And then we also need to make sure that the blood is actually flowing. It has to flow consistently, constantly, to keep that blood circulation moving so that the delivery system can continue working and the waste removal system can continue. And these three components form the absolute summary of what is required for having healthy cells in the body. Now, with that being said, I'm sure that all of us are aware of the fact that we have things that actually attack these different components on a regular basis. And without delving too deeply into this, because I think it will be covered in the rest of the sessions, I just want us to keep in mind that every one of these parts of the equation are constantly under attack, because we have things that actually impurify the blood or defile the blood or make it dirty. We've got things that become or things that come into contact with the body in various different ways that causes the blood to reduce in its quality. It either doesn't contain as many of the components it needs, so it might be deprived of oxygen or water or fuel sources, or it might have insufficient quantities of nutrients, or it might be filled with toxins, and there could be a problem with that. So the blood can become impure. We can have things that actually damage the blood vessels, and that is often through the blood that becomes toxic. But for various reasons, we can actually have damage to blood vessels. And of course, we can also have different things that affect blood circulation. And these different components, once they become malfunctioning, when they are not functioning in their absolute optimal state, when the blood is not as pure as it should be, when the blood vessels are damaged by whatever cause, when the blood circulation is impaired, any one of those or all of them combined contribute to the disease states or the disease processes that we see. Now, my colleagues are going to be dealing with a little bit more about this, but for me, this is essential for us to recognize. But there's also an incredible blessing and a message of hope that I want to share with you in anticipation for everything that you're going to be learning in these next few sessions. And that is that the Lord has been so gracious to us, because he's actually built a mechanism into the body, in fact, several mechanisms that help our bodies to cope with all of these things that we can be attacked by. Now, before we go into that for a moment, I want us to just pause and recognize that there are many ways in which things actually come into the body. We have the obvious one that we often think about. When we think about things entering the body, we quickly think about what we eat and drink. And that's the obvious one. We all recognize that what I eat can either be uplifting for my body, it can either build a healthy body, build healthy cells, form good quality blood, or whatever I put into my mouth can be damaging, and it can actually be toxic to me and cause some kind of damage on any one or all three of those levels that we had spoken about. But what I put into my mouth is not the only way that things come into my body. So it's good for us to just keep in mind that what I eat and drink, yes, but also what I breathe, the toxins that are in my environment, the toxins that could be in my home, we'll learn more about that as well. Those things also affect the quality of my blood in the end. And we've got a saying that we say, there are certain things that are within our control, in particular what I put into my mouth. There are some things that are less in my control, like the air pollution around me. I can't stop breathing just because I know the air quality is not good. So I will be exposed to certain things that are sometimes outside of my own control. And of course, not only what I eat and drink and breathe affects my body, but also what comes into contact with my skin. We encourage our patients to say, if you don't really want it in your blood, you should think twice about stream. And of course, also what we are taking into our brains, what comes into my body through visual stimulation or what I see, auditory stimulation, what I'm listening to, what I hear, the thought processes that I have, and my thinking produces certain chemicals, produces certain electrical currents in my mind, and all of that is going to affect how pure my blood actually is. And because we know that we have done some things in the past that we probably would reconsider if we had the right information about that, maybe you'll learn some things today that makes you think, oh, I have put things into my body that I wish never went into it. So you might have some backlog of toxins that have entered your body already. And of course, there are some things that you couldn't avoid even if you wanted to. And for that reason, we're thankful that we have a cleanup system. To summarize that very briefly, we recognize, and I'm actually seeing, I don't know if that is better. I don't know if that was actually on the screen all the time. My apologies if that was the case. But in order for us to recognize these cleanup mechanisms, I'm summarizing very briefly on the screen that we have several different organ systems in the body that are responsible for cleanup. Yes.
Okay, no, we're good.
You guys can still see the right screens at the right places.
Yes.
Okay. Just pause me if something goes wrong. This is a summary of those cleanup systems, and it's really, really vital for us to know that the body has different ways in which it is trying to clear out toxins on a constant level, just about. And we know many of them. Some of them might be a surprise, but our liver system, our lungs constantly expelling impurities, the lymphatic system, our skins through sweating and other ways in which it excretes toxins from the body, the kidneys, the colon, mucous membranes, which is actually part of the skin system, various other mechanisms have been built into our bodies to clean up and clean up and clean up on a regular basis. And just like we take the trash out regularly and we do some cleanup in our homes on a regular basis, if we don't do that frequently enough, the rubbish builds up, or the dust gathers and it builds up over time, or the rubbish bin fills up to the point that it overflows. In the same way, our bodies are constantly cleaning, but when we are putting in so many toxins that those cleanup systems cannot keep up, that they literally cannot get rid of the toxins and the impurities fast enough to keep up with how fast it's coming into the body, that is essentially, to some degree, seeing the cells getting damaged, and we see the effects of that through the signs and symptoms of disease. And with that in mind, much more time, because we're doing several discussions, and we want to provide as much as we can throughout the day today. But I want to zone in on one last thought, and that is the question that I receive, as I say, most frequently. The question that says, what are the remedies I can use? What are the things I can do? And I want to share with you what my personal opinion is about the most important natural remedy, health remedy that you could ever possibly access. And that is to make sure that you're balancing those scales, to recognize that your body has exposure to things that are harmful and damaging, that it's constantly trying to do cleanup, but that you want it to be able to keep up. You want it to be able to clean up so effectively that things stay clean, that the impurities are actually removed from the system effectively and constantly and regularly. And one of your most profound ways to do that is to actually reduce how many. You're going to be learning about various ways in which you can support the body, you can support detox, you can support that. We've got several programs that we run on a regular basis, teaching people how they can help the body clear out toxins. But the first step, and the thing that we need to keep focusing on constantly if we want the body to move towards healing as opposed to getting more and more sick, is looking at reducing how many toxins we put into the system. One of the main focuses for our practice, the online work that we do, our consultations and our coaching programs, is helping people to understand that our bodies are like a container. And just as much as I cannot fill a basket with a whole lot of stones and arrive at and fruits and lovely nuts and seeds and beautiful picnic foods, in the same way, I need to be aware of the fact that what I put into my body is what it has available to deal with. So if I'm putting toxins into my body on a regular basis, that is what the body has to work with. That is what it has to try and clean up all the time. And with the rate at which I fill it with toxins, I'm always going to end up with a disease process. We are, personally, for our particular work, I love this acronym. And I think that our other presenters will probably refer to some similar acronyms. There are different acronyms, but I like the New Start acronym in particular because it is a reminder of the fact that we don't have to keep putting in the toxins into our body. Yes, there are things out of our control, but we do have a lot of choice available to us. And when we recognize and make that leap and that decision to say, I'd like to actually fill my basket or fill my body with the best things, then this acronym is such a useful one because it wake up to that new opportunity to choose to put into my body what is best for it. I like the summary because it reminds us of the essentials that the body needs, the things that God made right in the beginning at the time of creation. He knew that all of these good things, but we want to make use of these things and learn constantly to avoid the things that are going to be harmful to us. Our website, I'm sharing this briefly just because I know that all of us as different presenters have different resources that we want to make available. And on our website, we've got lots of free resources where we share more information about what is actually toxic. How do I identify the things that are harmful to my body? How do I balance those scales? Stay away from the things that are harmful and fill my system with the things that are uplifting and upbuilding. And if you want to go and have a look at that, you're more than welcome. But presentations to keep in mind that the Lord wants the absolute best for us. And as we learn, we are given more and more tools to make those decisions and balance those scales. And that is, in my opinion, one of the most simple things that we can do to make sure that we don't have toxic blood that continues to do harm to every cell of the body, but blood that is actually going to carry life and sustain our bodies for as long as possible with the best quality of life as well. Now, I'm going to be, if I am remembering correctly, I'm handing over to my colleague. Let me just make sure that I stop screen sharing here. And yeah, I think Randall is going to be diving a little bit deeper into the causes of disease and sharing more with us about that.
Thank you so much, Dr. J. That was extremely insightful. Quality of blood is the good quality of blood is the basics to health. Even for any natural remedies to work, we want good blood flowing through our veins in our body. I want to present the next presenter, introduce to you Brother Randall Lassell. He is a master herbalist and a natural healing researcher. Randall founded Herblia.com, a database of herbs and natural remedies to share God's powerful natural healing remedies with everybody. He is also developing a simple hydrotherapy directory and an app called Whole Scan, an app that scans ingredient labels to reveal what is inside and flag anything toxic or even hidden. And that's going to be a really useful label because a lot of people always ask me, what's the best product to use? And I have to read through every single little ingredient and sometimes look it up online to see what these, funny names are. So look out for that. And Brother Randall, please take the spotlight if you can speak.
Thank you. Let me just put the screen up here. All right, so I'm going to be talking about some of the same stuff that Dr. Jade mentioned. It's actually going to build on what she mentioned. But I want to ask a question, first of all, and that is, with the nature of disease, what is disease? This is the most important question we can ask because how we define disease determines how we will treat disease. And if we define it incorrectly, we will treat it incorrectly. And if we treat it incorrectly, then we will get a improper or an incorrect result. So it's very important that we answer this question in a way that produces a correct response. And I believe if we understand the nature of disease correctly, then the rest of it becomes clear because a lot of times it seems foggy and a lot of people don't understand, well, how do I address these different diseases? So originally the word disease, it came from Old English in the 1300s and it actually came from the Old French, two words, dis and ease, which the original meanings were the absence of ease. That's what the word essentially means. And so when you have disease, you have dis-ease, which is the absence of ease in the body. Now, over time, that word, the meaning changed and it became a noun. It became an entity. It became something that we attack, something that's an enemy to us. And the moment you create an enemy, you create fear. And when you create fear, you have a powerful tool that stops critical thinking and it handicaps immune response. And science is just starting to understand how crippling fear is. It literally shuts down critical thinking and it literally shuts down the immune system. So if we look at things like measles, cancer, diabetes, heart disease, each of these is assigned a drug or a series of drugs to go to war against it. And we see that as the enemy. It's like I have heart disease. Well, you have heart dis-ease. Your heart is not at ease. And so what do you have to do to bring your heart back into ease? That is the question. So disease is actually a condition of the body. It's not an enemy that we are trying to attack. Now, the body is governed by law, and these are the laws of nature. Now, the image gives a couple examples of ones that we recognize. So the laws of gravity. There's virtually nobody that denies that the law of gravity exists. We say, well, of course it exists. We understand that. And the law of thermodynamics and fluid dynamics and osmosis and diffusion and all those different things are recognized and accepted as fact, even though we can't necessarily see all of those, but we see the result of them. We see the actions that take place. If I try to walk off a roof, the law of gravity is going to defy me. And I violated a law of nature by attempting to walk off a roof. And the same thing happens in our bodies. And a lot of times, if you are health conscious, you're not doing these things intentionally, but you can still violate the laws of nature without realizing it. Now on the screen, you'll see some symptoms because one of the problems that we have, and this is a big problem in modern medicine, but even as natural people, sometimes we fall into this trap where we see the symptoms as the problems. And I get a lot of messages and people will write me and they'll say, okay, I have these symptoms, what do I do to get rid of them? And they're looking at it wrong. So for instance, if you have a fever, what is going on in the body that is producing the fever? You were not attacked by a virus that created the fever. It could have been something that infected you, but the body produced the fever in response to it. It's not something outside of you that created the fever. The same thing with the cough. If you have a cough, the cough is not the problem. The cough is a response that the body's trying to, and Dr. Jade mentioned this, the body's trying to expel something. It's trying to get rid of something out of the body that doesn't belong there. And the same thing is true with inflammation. Inflammation actually speeds, or it actually provides the mechanism to bring the necessary repair units and facilitate repair in the body. And without inflammation, you cannot heal. So these things aren't the enemy. The problem is when these things become chronic because we can't address the underlying issue. And without addressing the underlying issue, the body will keep continuing to try to address the problem but be unable to. So the issue is when it becomes chronic, so we need to assist the body. So these things are the fire brigade, not the fire. It wouldn't make sense for us to, if the fire alarm rings, to smash the alarm. It wouldn't make sense for us as the fire trucks are racing to the fire to have a police officer stop the fire truck and say, hey, you have to stop because if you go to this, then there's going to be a fire. It's like, no, there's already a fire. The symptoms are there because of the fire. And the same thing with the fire response. I love this quote. Disease is an effort of nature to free the system from conditions that result from a violation of laws of health. And the reason I love this, you might say, well, why do you love that? Because it tells me what I need to know to fix the issue. It tells me that dis-ease, the body not being at ease, is an effort of the body to free itself. Dr. Jade mentioned this. It's the body trying to eliminate waste. And if it can't, then we get an impure bloodstream and we get an impure lymph. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute. And when we clog the system, and then disease becomes chronic. So it's the body's labor towards cleansing. It's the body trying to free itself. It's the body trying to gather resources and place itself in the best possible situation to heal. So Dr. Jade mentioned the blood. I'm not going to go over this extensively, but just to reiterate that if you have impure blood, you have disease. because your blood touches everything in your body. It touches every cell in your body. It affects everything. And you can't have disease, you can't have illness without impure blood. And you can't have impure blood and be healthy. And so we have to adjust the blood. And that was a very good talk. I really appreciated that. Now, one thing I want to briefly touch on is something that over the past couple of years, I've really gained a better understanding of with working with people and coaching people. And one of the things that I found is that, and this is a conclusion I come to, you can disagree with me if you like, that's fine. But in my work, I've concluded that you cannot be a healthy person without a healthy mind, and that all chronic disease is connected in some way, oftentimes a great way, to a diseased mind. And this can be a diseased mind where someone has hate, where they really just have hated somebody for years. It could be where somebody has depression, where they're just chronically discouraged. It could be where somebody has had a great suffering in their life. They've lost a loved one or a number of loved ones, and it's really hit them very hard, and they don't have the community or the family to help them cope, or a faith and trust in God. Whatever these mechanisms are, whether it's faith, grief, guilt, science has proven that these things are mechanisms not only of creating disease, but crippling immune response. And so one of the things I've been teaching people as I coach people is that if you have illness, you might be addressing, the nutrition. You might be trying to address the elimination. You might be taking herbs. You might be doing juicing. Somebody's going to be talking about juicing. Other people are going to be talking about the food you put in your body and stuff like that. You might be doing all those things. But if you haven't addressed your emotions, if you haven't addressed the stress, the anxiety, the guilt, the fear, the resentment in your life, you will not heal. The body will work to try. You may even gain progress, but you can never be whole until your mind is healthy. And so I encourage you, don't neglect this area. And many of us think, well, I'm healthy. I love the Lord. I pray. Many times we hide and we push these things down in our body, and we don't realize that we have resentment or grief or fear or guilt that we haven't dealt with. So it's an important area. Now, again, Dr. Jade mentioned these two things. These are the two doors that disease comes into the body. As I've studied and researched, I've come to the conclusion that you can boil down violations of the laws of nature, disease in all its forms, into one of these two categories, generally both, but one of them. And the first one is what the body needs withheld. This is nutrition. And so this means that I'm not getting proper nutrition in my body, or I'm not able to assimilate nutrition. So these are two categories. We can be eating all the right things, but if there's something going on in our bodies that prevents us from assimilating specific nutrition, then it's not able to help us. And so some people, they have genetic defects or things in their bodies that have caused them to not be able to assimilate certain things. And so they need healing in those areas. And one of the greatest things you can do is just to eat a very simple diet that is not overly complex. Don't eat 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things at a meal. Eat a simple diet and as close to raw, as close to whole as possible. And the second category is what the body discards that is retained in the body. So this is the elimination of waste and toxins. And this covers, first and foremost, the body is constantly producing waste through cellular activity, through just the process of life itself, through the breakdown of nutrients, the assimilation of minerals, through the attempt to assimilate processed food. It creates a lot of waste. And so you take that burden that the body will always have to deal with, and then you add on to it an improper diet. You add on it the consumption of toxic elements. You add on exposure to chemicals, substances. You add on to that impure thoughts, what we just talked about, not getting proper nutrition and all that. And then suddenly your body becomes crippled. and those elimination pathways are unable to do their job. And this is where we see tremendous increase in disease, and autoimmune disease skyrockets in a body where waste is not eliminated properly. It's connected to every single autoimmune disease. So when waste and toxins build up and the simulation of nutrition becomes increasingly impaired, we create a cycle that quickly descends into chronic illness. And this is what fuels all chronic illness, is generally both of these categories, but one of them for sure. So this foundation matters because if I see these symptoms, which are the symptom, it's an evidence of the body working, but if I see them as an enemy, what will I do? Well, I'm going to attack it. I'm not going to want an enemy, so I'm going to create a defense against this enemy. And when I attack it, then I suppress the body. And when I suppress the body, I fight my own immune response. And when I fight myself, it creates a cycle that depresses the system and creates chronic illness. But if I see it as the body's effort, then I want to assist it. And even though it's uncomfortable, it's not comfortable to cough. I don't want to cough. I would rather take a drug to suppress that. I don't want a fever. Fever's uncomfortable. I don't want that. But if I recognize this is working on my behalf, it's uncomfortable, but I must assist it. And when I assist it and I remove the cause, then I restore the conditions upon which health is built. So our work is always to assist nature. So as you hear other presenters talk about juicing or talk about parasites or talk about other things, I want you to think of it through the lens of this, that my work is to assist nature. I'm not doing this because I'm trying to do something that my body is just doing wrong. It's that my body needs me to assist in this work to make it happen. All right. So disease is not something that attacks you. It is your body telling you that there's a problem. It's an alarm. It's saying, I need assistance in addressing this problem. And what do we generally do as, let's say, Americans, the average American, maybe not the people in this group necessarily, but the average American? We reach for a drug, we reach for a suppressant, maybe coffee, maybe some other stimulant, so that I can keep working, so I can keep going, because I can't afford to be down. And the truth is that you can't afford to not assist your body in cleansing and detoxing and getting back to the foundation, back to ease. All right. So I'm going to jump right into the next presentation, which is how the body heals. This quote is from Medical Missionary. So this quote and the last quote are books, Medical Missionary and Ministry of Healing. They're two of my textbooks that I use in teaching. And people always ask me, what books should I read to learn how to heal the body, to learn how the body works? Buy these two books, Ministry of Healing, Medical Ministry. Read these books. They're incredible. They are my textbooks. It says God's healing power runs all through nature. If a human being cuts his flesh or breaks his bone, nature at once begins to heal the injury and thus preserve the man's life. It is God who has made the provision that nature shall work to restore the exhausted powers. The power is of God. He is the great healer. This is one thing I don't want us to miss. So in answering the question, how does the body heal? The first thing we need to recognize is this. The doctor does not heal your body. And I'm going to take that a step farther, and I'm going to say the herbalist does not heal your body. And I'm going to take it even a step farther and say nutrition and herbs do not heal your body. The healing that comes to your body is the power of God that He has instilled within nature, that He has designed within us. And it is through His power that we find healing. And I don't want us to miss this, because people will come and they'll ask me and they'll say, well, I know that you know a lot about herbs, and I know a lot about herbs, but there's somebody who made the herbs and he knows exactly how it works and he knows exactly what you need. And so don't ever miss and think that one of us as presenters is some master person. The master physician is Christ and Christ alone. So the question we seek to answer today is one that I think we've been trained to either avoid or put aside. Because if we ask it, then it requires an honest answer. And it requires us to make a choice between two things. All right, so I already went over this, but just briefly, if you think about what the quote mentioned, like when you were caught, the body will heal a cut very efficiently. But if it's a very deep cut, maybe a chainsaw accident or something like that, or you twist and break your bone, you go to the doctor and the doctor will set that bone. But the doctor doesn't heal the bone. He or she will align it and set it and put it in a proper condition upon which nature does the healing. And so the work of the doctor, the work of the nurse, the work of the herbalist, the work of the medical missionary is always to assist and place the body in the best situation, the best environment to heal itself. If we ever get to the point where we think that we are the healers, then we become arrogant, and I don't think we're teachable at that point. So a couple statistics that I find interesting. I was going to put a bunch of them on here, but wasn't sure how much time I had. But the outer layer of your skin is completely replaced about every 4 weeks. So that means that the skin on your hand today is not the same skin as last month. The stomach lining is rebuilt every 3 to 5 days, so almost twice a week. And it has to because it holds acid strong enough to dissolve a razor blade. And so if the body didn't relentlessly rebuild the lining, your stomach would literally digest itself. And so there's processes in the body like this that prove to me that evolution is impossible. Is how would evolution get to this point to have the acidity necessary to address all the functions that the body does in, digestion, but not cross over that point where it destroys itself. So it's really incredible. The body produces 2 million new red blood cells every second, every moment of your life. In your liver, which is extremely extraordinary, can recover. If 3/4 of it are removed, from that 1/4 that's left, it can rebuild the entire liver. And so you talk about like liver disease, liver cirrhosis, liver toxins. When people talk about that, it's important that we recognize that point takes a lot to get to. The liver is literally designed to address toxicity. So to get to that point, and the fact that the liver can literally regenerate itself from 1/4 means that it's been pummeled, it's been trodden down and attacked and suppressed for so long that this is the result. You do not get liver disease overnight. It comes through suppression and continual violations of the laws of nature, consuming that which we shouldn't. So the question that we must ask is, what is standing in the way of healing? So I appreciate that Dr. Jade mentioned the cleanup in the body and how healing is essentially providing the body with the necessary ability, the necessary environment to clean properly. Here's a couple things, a couple parts to this cleanup operation. It's not even close to exhaustive, but it's a couple ones that are interesting. So you have exosomes, which were originally described as cells that bag their waste and expel it through the cell wall. That was the original description of exosomes. And I don't have time to go deep into this, but scientists have recently discovered that exosomes are far more complex than that. In fact, they've discovered that exosomes are actually molecular messengers, and they carry messages to different cells. They carry cargo and resources between different cells. But the messages they found that actually greatly influence health and prevention of disease. I'm going to mention why this is important in a moment. There's another process called autophagy, which is where the cells actually digest and recycle their own damaged parts. And if they did not do this, you would literally suffocate from the inside out from cellular waste. You think of trillions of cells needing to be processed in all the waste that's accumulated through that, you would literally self-suffocate. So, and then there's apoptosis, which we're very familiar with in relation to cancer, but this actually happens throughout your body every single day, where cells become damaged, where something's wrong with them, and they self-destruct, and neighboring cells come in and clean up the waste. Now, many autoimmune diseases actually happen because this process is inhibited. Something stops this process from working. And when that's stopped, the cellular debris accumulates, and the body keeps trying to address it, and it becomes a chronic disease, a flare-up, becomes a major disease. There's a problem, though, with all this cleanup, and that is that it has to be transported through the body, and the body has something called the lymphatic system. And the lymphatic system is approximately twice the volume of the blood, and it carries all the cellular damage toward the liver, the kidneys, the eliminative channels, the skin, to eliminate it. But your blood has a pump, it has the heart, but the lymph does not. And so if you live a sedentary lifestyle, then your lymph is not going to move. Two of the greatest things that we've found for moving the lymph is walking and deep breathing. And rebounding is also amazing. But when you walk, uh, the calf muscles, when you walk, actually produce a pump-like action that actually moves the lymph. So it's the exercise that is the pump for the lymph. And so that and deep breathing move the lymph. And they found that if you take a walk, it increases the movement of the lymph by 10 to 30 times even after you stop walking. So it's an incredible, incredible thing. All right. Now we talked about this briefly, but I'm going to mention a little more detail about these symptoms as I wrap up here. So we've been trained again to see these things as the enemy, but in a fever, for instance, when the body raises the temperature, for every 1 degree rise in Celsius, the speed at which your immune cells travel doubles, and the amount of the immune cells increase, and the efficiency and effectiveness in doing their work is increased. And so think about that, just a couple degree rise in temperature, it's double, and then it doubles again. It makes a tremendous difference in healing. And they've done a lot of studies on this, and they found that when we suppress the fever with antipyretics, that we actually increase the length of the disease, sometimes and or, but either that or, the disease returning in greater fervor. Now, I mentioned inflammation again. I'm going to mention it one more time because inflammation is so important. Inflammation actually rushes blood and repair materials to an area of the body that needs help. And it is considered, if you look in textbooks, sometimes it'll say something like, it is the mandatory first step in clearing damaged cells and initiating tissue regeneration. Now, notice that the mandatory first step, that means if you eliminate inflammation, you can't heal. And so when we suppress inflammation, we take anti-inflammatory drugs, then you'll notice that people are on these for a long time, that bruises do not heal, that their muscles are weaker, and their body's ability to protect against damaging bones and recover from illness is greatly diminished. Now, somebody's going to ask, what about anti-inflammatory herbs or anti-inflammatory diets? When we use the plants that God has given us, they work alongside nature to assist nature in her work. And when nature's work is assisted, the body removes the inflammation on its own. So when we talk about anti-inflammatory herbs or anti-inflammatory diets, we're not talking about suppressing inflammation. We're talking about providing the environment where the body can address what's going on, and it will remove the inflammation by itself. 100% of the time, it will do that. So I don't want you to get the idea that those are the same thing. They're not. All right. just a couple more things. When you have mucus buildup and cough, there's something called a productive cough and a non-productive cough. We've kind of lost as a society the ability to understand which is which. But a productive cough is not usually comfortable, but it removes waste and oftentimes toxic waste out of the body, out of the airways that if we suppress, if we don't have a productive cough, will solidify itself. It will develop into pulmonary disease. It will develop into bronchitis. It will develop into respiratory distress and pneumonia, and you name it. Those things happen when we are not allowing that cough to be productive or that mucus to be productive. So never, ever, ever suppress those things. It's very dangerous. And fatigue, the last one I'll mention for time, is the body literally pulling energy away from your activities to spend it on repair. It's literally telling you, stop. I don't have the ability to continue. Stop. I need these resources. So when you have fatigue, when you have low energy, listen to your body. Rest. Let your body heal. I don't have time to go over these for lack of time, but just look at these drugs. All of these are against the body. Notice they're anti-agents, antibiotic, anti-inflammatory, antihistamine, anticoagulant. It's stopping a process in the body. And then we have inhibitors that are inhibiting a process in the body. And then we have antagonists, which are antagonizing the body. And then we have beta blockers and calcium blockers and hormone blockers. And then we have suppressants like immunosuppressants. The drug system is literally telling you what we are producing is going against your system. Now, if you're at a point where you choose to use medicine, that's between you and God. I'm not judging you for that. But I want you to understand that when you choose to use medication, that it is not assisting your body. It is working against your body. It's working against the systems in your body. So healing tends to move directionally, and the direction of that movement for healing is outward and downward. So the body works to push waste and toxins downward and outward, from inside toward the skin, from the vital organs toward the surface, from the vital organs to the eliminative organs. And this will oftentimes bring skin eruptions. It'll bring eczema, things like that. And medicine actually has a name for this. It's called atopic march. And it describes when you have, say, a child with eczema, and you'll watch as that child is given a drug to suppress that it turns into asthma. And then you have maybe some adult has a skin discharge and it's suppressed, and then you'll have joint inflammation or some organ disease. And it's the atopic march. It's where the suppression of one illness pushes the actual cause deeper, and then healing is not able to take place. So what might have passed as harmless through the skin is driven deeper into the body. It'll settle in the lungs, the joints, the deeper tissues. It can develop into heart disease or lung disease. All right, we talked about that. We're going to skip that. So there's only two ways to respond to disease, to sickness. We're either going to respond to it by making the decision to suppress the body's effort, which is to fight the symptom, suppress the elimination, to silence the body, and that drives the problem inward. Or we're going to cooperate with the symptom, which is uncomfortable, but it removes, if we address the cause, it'll remove the cause and the burden. We clean the blood, we detox the organs, we open the exits, we quiet the mind, and we trust in God that He will heal us. We provide proper nutrition, we eliminate improper nutrition, we simplify the diet. Now, in my last remaining 2 minutes, I just want to share this analogy. So you've probably seen something like this, but I'll give an example I've seen. So a person takes a NSAID for inflammation or pain, and later the doctor says, well, you have high blood pressure. And the doctor doesn't say, well, I think we might have created that because NSAIDs actually cause sodium retention, and that raises blood pressure. So we may have created this problem. No, they'll tell you you have high blood pressure and you need blood pressure medication. So they'll put you on blood pressure medication. And blood pressure medication interferes with your gut. It interferes with the body's proton pump, the production of gastric acid. And so proton pump inhibitors are often given to patients taking NSAIDs. And they do that to prevent ulcers and bleeding from those NSAIDs. But then the proton pump inhibitor is inhibiting stomach acid production. And so then your doctor comes back and it says, well, I think your reflux is back. No, the reflux is not back. You've been suppressing the body at every turn, and the body's desperately trying to work, and you're stopping it at every turn. Remember, we talked about exosomes. Drugs like NSAIDs disrupt exosomes and their ability to release from the cells. So remember that cell waste, it doesn't get removed. And the communication with other cells that prevent autoimmune conditions is stopped. And so we stop this when we take things like Tylenol. So I leave you with this. The body is the healer. It is your job, it is my job to remove the obstacles in the way of nature. And we do this by purifying the blood. We do this by ensuring that our mind is clear, that we're trusting in the Lord, that we have eliminated anything between us and our neighbor, that we don't have grief and guilt and resentment in our lives. So I leave you with this question. I know it's been a lot of information, but will you assist the body or will you suppress nature in her work? I would encourage you, as you listen to the rest of the presentations, consider them in this light, that everything they're going to share with you falls into these categories. And I encourage you, take what you hear about each of the following presentations and implement it in your life the best you can. And the Lord will bless your efforts. Thank you for your time.
Very good.
Thank you so much, Brother Randall. Yes, it is true. Our mind controls so much of what's going on in our body, and having a healthy mind is extremely important to be able to achieve physical restoration and spiritual restoration. Thank you so much. Yes, it's absolutely true that all that we do for our health journey must assist this amazing mechanism that God has given us. Our immune system will work for us if we don't put an obstacle in front of it and if we encourage it and support it. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentations. It was very educational. We actually do not have much time for Q&A. I would like to encourage everybody to post any questions you have for any individual presenters. If you can write who it's for or what topic it is and post it in the chat, we'll try to see if there's a way I can follow up with everybody later on after the event is over or at a different time during the event. All right, next I am going to present or introduce to you Sister Linda Clark. This next section is on digestion and restoration. Digestion is so core to, our healing and being healthy. Sister Linda Clark
Hi.
is also, hi, she's a master herbalist and also certified massage therapist. She's actually many other things, but I truncated it just to two of her certifications.
Absolutely.
Through her own illnesses, God has brought her from being a medical transcriptionist to running her own lifestyle center ministry, helping others to get well the same way that she has experienced healing through natural remedies and lifestyle change. And her ministry has grown and prospered under God's direction since she has started it quite a long time ago. And she definitely says that she could not have gotten this far without the Lord. And amen to that. Praise God. Um, right now, she has an herbal store on Fountain Valley Remedies
Yes.
online. And that is also the name of her lifestyle center, where she has a huge lifestyle center and does all kinds of natural remedies and teaches people how to do their diet. And this is her day to day. So I want to welcome Sister Linda Clark.
Thank you.
Take the spotlight.
Thank you, Dr. Hien. Also, I want to thank you for the opportunity of presenting with such wonderful professionals. I consider it a privilege. Thank you very much. I thought I would begin with my own testimonial because I had such terrible digestive issues that was affecting my heart rhythm. And then also, when I thought things couldn't get any worse than they were, I discovered a lump in my breast. And so I just fell on the Lord and asked him to act as my great physician. And remember, one of the things that he did when he walked on earth is he was a wonderful teacher. And I didn't know what I was doing. At the time, I was a medical transcriptionist. And so the Lord brought me into a little bit different situation through my own illness. And so I fell on the Lord, asked him to act as my great physician, and I felt impressed to start juicing. I didn't know what I was doing. I started cramming the vegetables through my juicer in any way that I could. My digestion was so bad that I couldn't lay down beside my husband in bed at nighttime. I had to stay up and, I held my stomach the whole time. I had incredible dysbiosis going on, and I was in terrible pain. I was afraid of food, and so the digestion that the Lord brought me to was to flood my body with nutrition. I wanted to feed the immune system. So when I developed the lump in my breast, that was right just before that. I had told the Lord that if I go to the doctor and find out that this lump is serious, they might as well just dig a big hole and push me in, because I can't take anymore. I had been through several stressors as well as a divorce at the same time. And so the Lord just led me step by step, and I started juicing. I started learning how to juice. And I think it's important. A lot of what I learned went along well with what Randall was saying about autophagy, and I'm going to get into a little bit of that myself. Sweetheart, thank you so much. Can everybody see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I wanted to talk about juice fasting. Okay, wonderful. I want to talk just a little bit about juice fasting, because we heal while our body is at digestive rest. 30 to 35% of the body's energies goes into digesting our food. When people are sick like I was, I had the lump in my breast, but it had already gone to my neck. I don't have time for the entire testimonial, but I was in a bad situation. And so I learned that when you allow your body to have digestive rest. That's why it's not good to eat just before going to bed, because we need to have that digestive rest so our body can heal. We heal while we sleep. And so I learned about digestion and letting my digestion rest. And Randall mentioned autophagy or autolysis. It's the self-digestive process of absorption of defective body tissues. It's the scouring process of the body when it starts soaping everything up, getting ready to expel it through the organs of elimination. And also, when you're fasting, whether it's a juice fast, a water fast, I don't recommend water fasts anymore, because I think the vital force of mankind has gotten so low that a water fast, if it's any more than 2 days at a time, is going to throw a person into too much of a heavy detox. So a juice fast is something that I did. I went on a juice fast for 42 days. And so right in the middle of that, all the clouds parted. I felt good. My body was getting used to not having the solid food, and my body was starting to heal. When you're on a juice fast, your body goes into a profound digestive rest. You sleep at night like a baby. All the systems start to normalize, because the toxins are starting to come out of the tissues. And so when I did this process with my body, when I did this juice fast, it was a wonderful process to heal my body. I read somewhere that when I was in the middle of cleansing my body, I read that if you are going to juice fast for 30 days, why not 40? So I thought, yeah, exactly. I went another 12 days, and it made even better process with me. So anyway, I learned that that the body has its own self-healing mechanism, and we have to turn that self mechanism on. Sometimes it's hard to get someone to start to get into the detox mode for whatever reason. And so that's another reason why when people come to our lifestyle center, as a lot of others I've already discovered, they begin with juice fast just to really start the process. Colin Campbell, we know him. He says there is a cure for cancer and all other diseases, and it's called your immune system. I tell people, like Randall mentioned, we don't heal the body. We don't heal disease. We heal the body, and the body kicks out the disease. I had a whole list of things that I wanted to heal from when I had the lump in my breast. There were many things I wanted to heal from, but the main thing was the lump in my breast. However, you can't target really things when you're healing the body. The body heals as a unit. Everything starts coming together, and my body healed as a unit. And so all of these other things, I had a weird weakness to my left arm. I had visual disturbances, so many things. It took care of all of it. So when we heal the body the way we're supposed to, then we get those bonuses. If we heal the body the wrong way, or we just heal the symptoms, then we have all of the side effects that come from doing it the wrong way. So you can't keep one disease and heal two others. When the body heals, it heals everything. That's Charlotte Gerson. So I love that. I want to quote this one here because I read this out of the Juicy Fasting Bible. Although I can give no promises, I have seen raw juicing cure cancer, resolve several different types of liver disease, and overcome chronic fatigue syndrome. Never underestimate the power of raw juicing. Juice fasting is not only a key to better life, it's a key to life itself. Drink up. And I learned that this is exactly when you juice and you allow your body's, when you remove the fiber, then your body goes into, is able to rest. And during that time, it heals at the most rapid pace that is even possible, because this is when you're bringing the immune system up. You bring the immune system up, and the immune system is what heals us. Okay. Juicing increases your daily raw intake. Now, there was a study by the name of that Paul Kuchikov did. He was a Nobel Prize nominee for his work. Oh dear, I have this over too far. And he found out that they did a study, and they found out that if a person were to eat 51% of their food raw, then the body would not initiate this process called leukocytosis. And so when you juice, your juice will actually change your ratio. If you're eating a plate full of cooked food, but yet you're juicing in between, well, you're still changing your ratio to a higher intake of raw. You're getting your live enzymes, you're getting your raw food. And so I think this is important. Leukocytosis is that inflammatory response. Thank you, sweetheart. The benefits of juicing, as Randall brought out, autolysis. It's the fastest pathway to health because when you give yourself hourly juices, which is what I did, a cup every hour, it's the fastest pathway to health because when you remove the fiber, you can drink these juices anytime. And so you're not reinitiating the digestive process when you remove the fiber. And we strain it again. We do a lot of juicing for people that come in and they want to buy juices. Well, we make sure we strain them so they can drink them at any time. And it's when they do those hourly 1 cup juices of vegetable juice, it drives their immune system up, and a person can go into a full-blown detox by the end of the day. It also buys a person precious time. Sometimes I had a lady that came to me one time. She had pancreatic cancer. She weighed 97 pounds, and she was taller than I was. And so I gave her permission not to eat, but to just flood her body with nutrition. And she lived a year and a half, and somewhere in the middle, she stopped her program, but she still lived another 8 months. So she got discouraged. So also juicing floods the body with nutrition. It's cellular food. Then you have that scouring, that cellular exchange, and juicing ameliorates dietary violations. So if you're not eating as well as you could, you're doing a lot of traveling. If you bring your juices with you and your juicer with you, it will help you on the road. Now, this is a really good quote, too. The power to break down the cellular structure of raw vegetables and assimilate the precious elements they contain, even in the healthiest individual, is only fractional, not more than 35%. And in the less healthy, down to 1%. In the form of juice, however, these same individuals assimilate up to 92% of these elements. It is a well-known fact that all foods must become liquid before they can be assimilated. So we can digest more of the food. When we have weak digestions, we can't pull the nutrition out of our food, as well as if sometimes people are on these pump inhibitors and they don't have the hydrochloric acid to pull certain nutrients out of their food. And so we've got a problem. We've got a problem there as well. And this one is my favorite because this points also to raw food. Hippocrates Health Institute Director Brian Clement stated that in a recent study of people enrolled in the Institute's program over a 15-year period, attendees who stayed on a 75% raw food program with 25% cooked easily stayed well. Yet when their raw food intake went down to 70% raw with 30% cooked, they found their immunity dropped by 17%. Finally, as the raw food keeps going down, they found that if the raw percentage went down to 65%, with 35% cooked, immunity dropped 48%. So cooked food is not always the best solution. Does that mean you can't stay well by eating cooked food? You can. But when you have a health challenge and you really need to bring the immune system up, you really need to go all the way and do as much raw as you can. Keep pushing the raw envelope. And certainly get a juicer, buy a juicer, even if you have to buy one at a thrift store. And my husband and I, after I got well, we bought all these juicers that we shared with people because it was part of the program that God put me on when I got well. So why do we juice? When we start to juice, we begin to detoxify our body and decalcify our body. So part of the reasons why we also juice is to remove the fiber, which is an intestinal broom. It's because of the nutritional decline of the soil. It's also because of the GMO foods. Glyphosate chelates minerals out of our food and out of our nutrition, and it's also a cancer-causing agent. Number 3 is that it's a destruction of minerals in food production, packaging, preservatives, and toxins. And 4, the increased incidence of disease and the declining health of the world population. 5 is the destruction of live enzymes in food preparations. Again, we don't emphasize as much on live enzymes as we should, because live enzymes is like the carrier that takes the nutrition where it needs to go, and we destroy those live enzymes. It would be good if we could eat at least some raw to have that process, to have that nutrition and that carrier to take the other nutritions where it needs to go in the blocked off parts of the body. So I think that pretty much does it. So how to juice, I'm just going to tell you this real quickly. I'll just tell you real quickly, when we juice, let carrots be your base. So many people don't know how to juice and they're doing it the wrong way. Someone dies of cancer and they say they tried juicing carrots and it didn't work for them. So there's a way to do it where you can get optimal results. One is I juiced enough in one sitting that would last 3 days. I didn't have organic carrots at the time. I used conventional carrots, but let carrots be 25 to 30% of your base. Let the rest make up all the green leafies. Cabbage is wonderful for the digestion if you have ulcers or if you have any kind of problems with your digestion. Cabbage is the answer. Put that in with your carrots and let all of the rest of it be all green leafies. Romaine lettuce, don't look for a particular recipe. Just put all the greens in with your carrots And number two, you want to strain all your juices to make sure you remove all soluble fiber. Third, drink 1 cup for each waking hour except for meal time. And then, of course, eat just the, ideally, it would be good to allow your body some digestive rest. Intermittent fasting. The Ellen White diet is perfect. Eat breakfast at 7, eat your lunch at 1:30 or 2, and then nothing until the very next day. So there is some hours of digestive rest and fasting. Drink 1 cup for each waking hour except for mealtime, and no fruits. And the reason why I don't put fruits in my juices is because they're sweeter now than they used to be. They're about 30 to 35% sweeter. And so therefore, then you remove the fiber, and within minutes it goes into the bloodstream, and it causes a person to feel yeasty. Parasites feed on anything that yeast feeds on. And so I recommend no fruits in your juice. Hallelujah Acres, I learned from them that to juice your vegetables and eat your fruits. And I think that's very good because I'm sensitive to some fruits. I cannot eat a lot of fruit. And so I've learned when you make vegetable juice, already carrots are sweet, already beets are sweet. So get used to that non-sweetness and keep your blood sugars nice and constant. Number 5, store in pint canning jars to the very top, and your carrot juice will stay wonderfully healthy and orange all the way for 3 days. And 6, juice goes within minutes into the bloodstream, bypassing digestion. Now, another reason why I just wanted to say briefly that one of the reasons why we don't want to water fast, and if it's only 2 days a week, that's perfectly fine. Many miracles can happen with fasting, water fasting, only 2 days. But if Adam, this is a wonderful quote here, if Adam at his creation had not been endowed with 20 times as much vital force as men now have, the race, with their present habits of living in violation of natural law, would have become extinct. At the time of Christ's first advent, the race had degenerated so rapidly that an accumulation of disease pressed upon that generation, bringing in a tide of woe and a weight of misery inexpressible. So our vital force as a society is gone down, especially over the last 6 years when we're dealing with what we've been dealing with. And so we know that our vital forces are just very low, and we try to do a water fast on top of it, and it's not doable. Most of the time, it's not doable. So these are the different ways to fast: the water fast, the juice fast, mono fast. There's a grape fast. So I just want to encourage everybody to. One of the things I want to leave for everyone, and that is that what gets us well is our immune system. And the food that the immune system functions well with is nutrition. So we have to feed that immune system. And when we do, then the body will respond with detoxification. It will set you and it'll start you in a good process of detoxification. And that's what you want, to heal your body. So anyway, I got completely well, and I'm very, very glad I went that direction. I'm so glad that I put the great physician on his throne. And when people give God first chance, give him first chance, no matter what you have, believe me, he's so reluctant to let go and let someone else have that place, because he is your healer. He not only knows what you have, but he knows how to get you well. So if we co-partner with him, and that's what he's wanting, is co-partners, co-partner with him to heal your body. So thank you very much.
Amen. Thank you so much for that wonderful testimony, Sister. Give me 1 second. Right. So just to clarify, when Sister Linda says she doesn't put fruits, it means not to juice it, but she's saying to eat the whole fruit because the fibers in the fruits will balance the sweet, but not to juice it. So just to clarify, fruits are good for you.
Yes,
All right.
absolutely.
Praise the Lord. So we do not have time for Q&A right now. Again, we're looking at all the questions, and we're going to do our best when we do get some time. We are actually slightly over time, little by little. I am going to introduce to you Dr. Mercy Ballard. Dr. Mercy Ballard, if you can spotlight Dr. Mercy Ballard, thank you so much. Dr. Mercy Ballard is the founder and director of Years Restored Lifestyle Center. She's also the co-founder of Med Missionary, an online training platform for medical missionaries. So she's teaching just like Sister Linda as well. And Dr. Mercy has served as a medical doctor in her home country in Peru and as an RN in the United States. After suffering an autoimmune condition that none of her medical colleagues were able to diagnose, God provided light and guidance to become restored back to health from near death through his healing remedies and Bible-based lifestyle. She did the Bible-based lifestyle to fit the modern era and the modern degeneration, autoimmune disease. Through this experience, Dr. Mercy was able to develop a gut healing therapeutic meal plan and protocol. And she's using this to help many people with debilitating illnesses that have no answers, actually, to heal through her Years Restored Lifestyle Center and also through the missionary training program. Currently, her protocol is also being taught on and incorporated at other major lifestyle centers like Wildwood Lifestyle Center. Dr. Mercy,
Okay.
the
Well,
stage is all yours.
thank you so much for the opportunity. So there is so much to share. And Dr. Yang, I have to end at 3 o'clock, right? 20 minutes. There's a lot to talk. We're going to talk about leaky gut. We're going to talk about the microbiome, inflammation, autoimmune disease, and how to overcome autoimmune disease. So I'm going to just start sharing now because there is so much to talk. Okay. We're going to start with leaky gut. And the reason I'm talking about leaky gut, microbiome, inflammation is because they're all connected. And they're going to be, when we're suffering from these issues, we're going to end up with autoimmune disease. So that's why it's important to know that. What is leaky gut? Leaky gut is a disruption of the barrier of the intestine. There is leaky gut in the small intestine, especially because that's where we are absorb the foods. But then you can be leaking also throughout the small intestine and also the large intestine. So then we have all kind of conditions. If you're leaking your colon, for example, you can end up with IBS, IBD, Crohn's disease, and things like that. Then this is leaky gut. I just wanted to show you this because it's very easy to understand when you see a picture. Okay, so these are the cells that are covering the intestine. They're called enterocytes. Now, because of the changes of the agriculture and because they use glyphosate to dry it, the wheat. I'm just going to put an example of the wheat because it can be many other foods. Right now, they are linked to toxicity because of the practices of how they do it. Everything has changed, hybridization and many other things. But we're going to take the example of wheat. It can be other foods. It can be oats, can be corn, can be soy, things like that. Okay, so here is the gluten. And the gluten, when we're exposed to the gluten, let's say the gluten has been linked to glyphosate. And what is going to happen, the enterocyte, which these are the cells, they're enterocytes, just one layer of cells, very delicate, is going to release sonulin. And these blue little rounds are sonulin. And when that happens, it's going to open the tight junctions. These are the tight junctions that is united the cells, the enterocytes. So that's going to break. Look at this. And it's going to open a hole, though there actually things are leaking through it. And then when this happens, the immune system is going to want to clear it up and going to try to destroy this foreign thing that's entering the body because, God didn't create the glyphosate to be eating things like that. So it's gonna be all this an autoimmune response trying to clean up whatever we put in our body that is not a healthy thing. So, and then we keep doing that and we keep doing that. The immune system keeps being activated more and more. And we have very serious leaky gut and urine, very serious conditions. Look at this. So what is leaking? Undigested proteins, which ended up in different organs. So if ended up in the kidneys, going to be type 1 diabetes. Ended up in the kidneys, you're going to end up with kidney autoimmune. If it goes to the liver, it's going to be autoimmune in the liver, and it's going to be a chaos. So as long as you have leaky gut, you're going to have issues. You wouldn't be able to overcome or go improve your autoimmune disease. Okay, so that's why it's so important to know about that. Sonulin was discovered in year 2000 by Dr. Alessio Fasano. For many years, doctors didn't believe that this existed, but now, there are so many studies and everybody's on board. It seems like most of people in the health business are involved. Okay, so this is just explaining, this study is explaining about leaky gut. Sonulin is the master of intestinal permeability. And then we have here, leaky gut is going to affect your brain, because we call it leaky gut, leaky brain. The gut is going to be leaking, and the brain also has a barrier that is going to be leaking. Because of the same thing. These proteins that go through the holes are going to end up in the brain, and it's going to cause Parkinson. It can be MS, it can be autism, things like that. So that's why it's so important, all these serious conditions and cancer also, to be sure that you take care of the leaky gut. Okay, here leaky gut is affecting is explaining the leaky gut and the leaky brain issue. And here we have a leaky gut and chronic diseases, inflammatory diseases, such as autoimmune disease, metabolic syndrome, and cancer. So if somebody's dealing with cancer, you're going to be dealing with leaky gut also. Here we have what causes leaky gut. So it can be infections, chronic infections, low-grade inflammation, and also, but it's chronic, something that is chronic, over and over, infections and infections. It can be oxidative stress, can be high-fat diet, exposure to alcohol, or chronic allergens, and dysbiosis. We're going to talk in a little bit what dysbiosis is, which is the microbiome imbalance. And here, these others, okay, here. Factors, I put a list of the factors that lead to leaky gut. So it's going to be antibiotics, medication, certain medications, candida, which is infection, parasites, intestinal infection, dysbiosis, which is the imbalance of the microbiota, of the flora, intestinal flora, poor diet, alcohol, stress, low stomach acid, low pancreatic enzymes. All this is going to be leading to leaky gut. What are the links also to leaky gut? If you're suffering from asthma, you're going to be dealing with leaky gut. Also neurological conditions or immune disease, cancer, infections, H. pylori, gastritis, gastric ulcers, IBD, IBS. So all these are links to leaky gut. Also gluten, in other foods, not just gluten, there's so many sensitivities and chronic disease. As long as you're eating some food that is causing this immune reaction, you most likely will have a hard time overcoming leaky gut. So it's very important to remove any food that you're sensitive for a while until you take care of the leaky gut issue, and then you'll be able to start, your symptoms are going to start decreasing gradually. Here we have leaky gut symptoms are abdominal pain, cramps, bloating, rash, sudden weakness, decreased energy, muscle pain, joint pain, brain fog, nutritional deficiencies. A lot of people are very thin, cannot gain weight, fatigue, headaches, confusion, skin problems, rash, eczema, acne, widespread inflammation. So these are the symptoms of leaky gut. Okay, I hope that was clear. I'm kind of rushing because I want to cover all these issues, but just remember, leaky gut is linked to autoimmune disease, and I'm speaking about autoimmune disease. It's linked to neurological conditions, such as Parkinson, autism, MS, and all those autoimmune diseases of the brain. And it's also linked to cancer. So to overcome all these conditions, you really have to take care of leaky gut. And toward the end, we're going to talk about how to overcome leaky gut. Okay, now we're going to talk about another very important issue, which is a microbiome. And if you have questions, type it there, and I'll answer the questions after I'm done with talking. So I'll be happy to answer. Microbiome. Okay, this is another huge issue with the same conditions, the same autoimmune disease. You're going to have a very imbalanced microbiome. If you're dealing with cancer, your microbiome is upside down. If you're dealing with neurological conditions or serious conditions, your microbiome is going to be upside down. So just think something very important is going to be balance your microbiome in order to recover. You fix your leaky gut, balance your microbiome, and then you will start seeing changes. And I just want to let you know, microbiome can start changing in 24 hours. So that is super good news. So if you eat right, so once you apply the anti-inflammatory diet that is going to take care of the microbiome, you can see changes pretty quick, because if you're following the protocol also that we teach in Med Missionary, you're going to see all the symptoms of leaky gut also disappearing. It doesn't take that long, but we have to be very consistent to overcome autoimmune disease. Microbiome, I was checking today, I wanted to see what are science keeps changing, right? They're learning more and more about microbiome. That is just thousands and thousands of studies about microbiome right now. But I found out it's about, the human body has about 30 trillion cells. And how many microbes? 38 trillion bacteria. They call it bacteria, but it's more than bacteria. Okay, just keep in mind, let's say it's 1-to-1. They used to say it's 10-to-1, but now they're saying there's 1-to-1 of cells and microbes in your body. And here we see what are these microorganisms. Okay, they're bacteria, they're archaea, they're fungi, they're protozoa, and they're viruses. So it's not just bacteria. We call it bacteria because it's very simple to explaining. Okay, here, this is something that we have to remember. Dysbiosis. What is dysbiosis? In simple terms, dysbiosis is when your pathogenic bacteria is more predominant than the beneficial bacteria. And I'm just calling bacteria, okay? So that is dysbiosis. And you're going to be very sick. The worse it is, the sicker you are. And this has to change in order to recover. So we had to work on this, and we do it through diet. Diet is amazing to fix your microbiome. Also, the first light in the morning, the biological clock works on your cells of your body and works on your bacteria in the body also. So everything you do for your health, like fixing your biological clock, is going to fix also your bacteria. Can you believe that? It's going to benefit the good bacteria. So they work in order, just like God wants us to eat on time. Get up on time, get the blue light outside, to fix your biological clock, and the lights, that's later on of the sun that kills the bad bacteria, which is, the ultraviolet light that you get elated without burning yourself. And then we have the red light that also has impact into the bacteria, which is works to the cellular level. It's just super amazing, this loss of health that God has given us. Okay, so just just want you to remember that your dysbiosis, your microbiome imbalance has to be fixed. Okay, how many pounds do you think is the weight of the bacteria in your body? Okay, so according to this study, it's about 2 to 6. Oh, it didn't go here. It's about 2 to 6 pounds in 200 pounds a pound adult. It's important to talk about the mouth microbiome, the oral microbiome, because there is about 700 microorganisms in the mouth. So diseases are going to be associated with different types of species of microbes. So they can detect from your mouth now if you're going to have oral cancer or colorectal cancer or pancreatic cancer or inflammatory bowel disease. And they believe that in the future, they will be able to diagnose just from the saliva. But they're working on that. What are the causes of dysbiosis? The causes of dysbiosis are repeated inappropriate antibiotic exposure. You know, people that have a lot of infections, then they get, on top of that, they get a lot of antibiotics. So they unbalance even more the bacteria because they're killing the good and the bad. And we need the good ones because the good ones do so much work for us. Another thing is alcohol and then inappropriate diet. And that's a big one. In these studies, that is showing that when we have dysbiosis and balance of the bacteria, we're going to have infections, internal and external infections. I mean, infections of the skin or internally. And this is going to be, we're going to be more prone to onset of neoplastic, that means cancer, and autoimmune disease. Very important when we have serious conditions to fix your microbiome. Here, it shows that it's related to neurological conditions, such as Alzheimer's disease, MS, Parkinson, and stroke. Inappropriate diet. What does in the lining of the digestive system, there is a layer of mucus that is protecting our cells. Like, for example, the enterocytes in the small intestine. So when you eat diets that are very processed, emulsifier, the detergent-like molecules, it's going to wash all that. And guess what's going to happen with the bacteria? You know, that's what the food is for the bacteria. Then you don't have that. It's going to start eating our enterocytes, and it's going to cause leaky gut also. So it's very important to eat a healthy diet. Here, I found this that I thought was very, very, very good to show. Plant-based is going to raise the good bacteria. The red one here is the good bacteria, Bifidobacterium lactobacillus. But it's going to decrease the bad bacteria, which is the pathogenic bacteria, bacteroids, and Clostridium, there are the gram-negative bacteria. And then it's going to help raising the short-chain fatty acids, which are good to decrease inflammation. And here, it's going to decrease inflammation and fix the leaky gut. Now, if we eat animal protein, it's going to be the opposite. It's going to raise all these bad bacteria. It's going to decrease the good bacteria. It's going to increase inflammatory components, decrease anti-inflammatory components, and we're going to end up with cardiac disease, with diseases of the colon, and like IBD. So this is very clear. This is in the medical literature that a plant-based diet is going to help your microbiome. That's what feeds the microbiome, the fiber. Okay, so we finish. Yeah, very good. I think I'm on time. We finished the first two topics that's supposed to finish in 20 minutes. Now we're going to do the last part, and we're going to talk about the autoimmune disease and what to do. And okay, so here, there's about over 140 autoimmune diseases, and there's many autoimmune diseases also that people cannot identify. A lot of people come to our lifestyle center, and maybe 30% they don't have diagnosis. They just have all the symptoms of autoimmune disease. It's the same symptoms as the leaky gut. And approximately 50 million Americans suffer from autoimmune. Many of them have not been diagnosed. I would say it's more than that. What is autoimmune? Okay, this is what they said, okay? In the family of disorders, the immune system, this is the medical literature, the immune system mistakenly attacks healthy working parts of the body. So it's attacking the cells, your immune system, and you know, it's attacking organs, damaging them as a result. Researchers believe that there are between 80 to 150 autoimmune diseases. Many of them are chronic and often debilitating with no known cures. Treatment exists for just some of these diseases. Okay, you know, do you think God did a mistake? You know, the immune system is going to attack our own body. And why is that? I mean, it is attacking, but there is a reason for it. It's not like it's not really unknown. And I want to explain my take on that, okay? Because I've been dealing with autoimmune disease with people with autoimmune disease probably since 2000. So 26 years, and I work as an infusion nurse for autoimmune patients. And also I help people since I recovered 2006 autoimmune. And that's the reason I have a lifestyle center to help people with autoimmune disease. And that's the reason our med missionary course, because of this epidemic that seems that it's hard to overcome, we teach them there in this course in med missionary, because we want to help people to relieve the suffering, right? This is very hard. You know, people ended up with lupus. All the people, not all the people, most of the people, or a lot of the people are gonna have a hard lives. A lot of them are disabled. So this is not a fun way to live, and that's the reason we help. We want to do the medical missionary through treating people with autoimmune disease. Okay, so but this is my take after helping a lot of people with autoimmune disease. Through my own experience with treating patients with multiple autoimmune disorders, I have come to the conclusion that the immune system is not mistakenly attacking our own tissues, but instead is a result of food contamination due to the introduction of GMO, glyphosate, and increased exposure to toxins into the food supply and the environment. Therefore, I believe the immune system is attempting to remove the toxic assault from the tissues, resulting in progressive organ damage, thus triggering autoimmune disease. Okay, what happens is, let's say I'm gonna pick on gluten. You eat gluten, the body starts the immune system activating, and then you put it more, and it's more active, and you put it more, it's more active, so it starts destroying some organs, but we don't stop there. So what will be the treatment? Will be stop that toxin is damaging your organs, and then the immune system is going to calm down. So actually the immune system is trying to help. And what treatment do they get in the world? They get what? Immunosuppressant. Oh, the immune system is so altered, you know, it's stimulated, let's stop it. And what happened? Who's taking care of these toxics that we're eating? Nobody. And then you ended up even worse. So it makes sense that, you know, we stop, you know, stop those foods that are destroying our health. What are the factors of autoimmune disease? There is a genetic component, 30% genetic, but 70% for the most part is environmental, and we can have control over on that. So according to this, it is genetics, environmental, there is a link of dysbiosis, something that they didn't add it here. There's another link of leaky gut, because there is a lot of studies on leaky gut that is linked, showing the link to autoimmune disease. Okay, so chemicals. We have to overcome first, you know, infections are linked to chronic infections and linked to autoimmune disease. Chemicals are linked to autoimmune disease, like drinking water. It would be good to have filtered water. I like my reverse osmosis water. I live in the country, but I still filter my water. So these chemicals, even the drinking water, can be linked to neurological issues. Aluminum linked to autism, and they're also linked to autoimmune, the same symptoms, but worse, but neurological symptoms. Autoimmune diseases also linked to some vaccines in these studies. Mercury linked to some autoimmune disease. BPA is linked to autoimmune disease that is the plastic, neuroplastic. So it's better to not to use that with liquid. Then we have also coffee, and this study show the link to autoimmune, to rheumatoid arthritis, type 1 diabetes, and Hashimoto. Then we have synthetic foods. That means all these ultra-processed foods are linked to autoimmune disease and neurological conditions. Ultra-processed foods very linked to autoimmune type 1 diabetes, celiac disease. Also, vitamin D is very important. Keep your vitamin D up. Go to the sun. Don't burn yourself, but go out. And it's gonna also help you prevent you ending it up with autoimmune disease. Then we have glyphosate is a big one. So we want to not use foods that are linked to glyphosate, like grains that are not organic. They spray with glyphosate. The oats, they spray with glyphosate. The beans in California, I know that they spray glyphosate to all sorts of beans unless they're organic. So we have to protect ourselves. Fats, also a high-fat diet is linked to autoimmune disease. Okay, I have 10 minutes, I'm on time. We're gonna talk about autoimmune therapies, and just type your questions and I'll try to type back the answers. The therapies, what we do, we put our guests on whole plant-based diet. It's not just whole plant-based diet, it is unprocessed, because a lot of people that eat plant-based, they eat processed foods. Very easy to have veggies or ketchup or foods in a can. You know, all the cans have plastic inside and leaches the BPA. And if they say BPA free, but it has other chemicals. So for us to help people that are super sick, we cook everything that we prepare from scratch to be sure that we give them the best chance to recover from every angle. And the food's anti-inflammatory because, you know, we prepare ourselves, and we don't use oils for our prepared foods because that raises inflammation, and that's another component of autoimmune disease. The food had to be balanced. It cannot be like, okay, you're gonna drink for breakfast just a juice and you're good. You have to eat all the groups of foods to make it balanced. Addressing food sensitivities also is very important. I was helping somebody just today. Today I finished a program. This person was eating plant-based, but you know, wasn't the food wasn't balanced. So we're trying to create a balanced food with the food sensitivities. She's sensitive to many foods. So we had to work really hard to be sure that it's still balanced and has all the components that are needed to have. So very, very important to address the food sensitivities. As long as you're reacting to foods, you won't be able to overcome disease. So it's very important to address that and test yourself for food sensitivities, or you can just test yourself, you know, when you eat, if you have some reactions, then remove that food. Only eat foods that you're not sensitive, but still you have to balance. You have to find from every angle what foods you can eat. Okay, then we have aloe vera. Aloe vera is super good to take care of the leaky gut. Super good. Onion garlic broth, we do that broth, and very good to overcome leaky gut. It creates a coating in the digestive system, and you know, helps ulcers, helps gastritis, helps colitis, and we do enemas for colitis, things like that, whatever colitis they have. Then we have the garlic lemon drink that we do it to balance the microbiome, because the garlic is gonna destroy the pathogenic bacteria. It's gonna build the good bacteria. So this is very important. And the whole plant-based food that is unprocessed is gonna build also your good microbiome. So this is important. I found this study, the aloe vera helps intestinal permeability by reducing sonulin. That's a good news. Now they're finding great studies for that. So the aloe, you can take pictures. The aloe, you can do like this, put it in water, the bottom part, cut it, put in water, leach the latex, and the next day you can start taking 1 by 1 inch of the gel, and you can eat it 15 minutes before meals. Change the water every day. Then we have here the onion in this study shows that helps disturbances of gastrointestinal tract. This is onion for me is my #1 natural remedy. Super, super amazing, super healing foods. Here says that red onion peels, you make a tea out of it and it treats gastrointestinal ulcers. Take a picture here if you wish. This is the recipe that we have for that. And then we have the lemon garlic green. We do it with meals only, breakfast and lunch to fix the microbiome. And then we do juices, and this is how we do a juice that will help people with autoimmune disease. So as you see, you had to get it from every angle. You had to remove inflammation, eating anti-inflammatory foods. You have to fix your leaky gut by following, onion broth, aloe vera, eating healthy. You fix your microbiome just by eating fiber foods and doing aloe vera, eat a balanced diet, remove all processed foods, and that's going to be a very beneficial. But I found this Temperance Page 2 is a book written by Ellen G. White, just super amazing book. Says, Satan gathered the fallen angels together to devise some way of doing the most possible evil to the human family. One proposition after another was made until finally Satan himself thought of a plan. He would take the fruit of the vine, also wheat, and other things given by God as food, and would convert them into poison, which would ruin man's physical, mental, and moral powers, and so overcome the senses that Satan should have full control. I just want to tell you a case. I have 4 minutes left. And the earth is being destroyed with all these chemicals, and you find it in Joel 1:10, the field is wasted, the land is mourned. For the corn is wasted. See the corn, they made a GMO. Be ashamed, oh ye husbandmen. Husbandmen is farmers. Vine dresses for the wheat and for the barley, because the harvest of the field is perished. So this was predicted in the Bible. But thanks God, we have other foods that we can eat. There's a variety of foods that God provided for us to still be healthy. We had a person that came to a lifestyle center last program, and he was very, very sick for years. He came from the mission field, 3 years, very sick. And he had a lot of pain, migraine headaches, terrible abdominal pain with cramps and bloating, ear pains and knee pain, things like that. So we had to figure it out. We remove all the foods that we know are common for other people, such as corn, soy, gluten, and usually oats, because they spread oats also with glyphosate if it's not organic. So we remove all those foods, and we start giving her very simple foods at the beginning to figure it out what else is sensitive to, because the leaky gut, when you're dealing with leaky gut, you're going to be very sensitive to a lot of foods. So it was just, he was having such a hard time. So we started with juices on empty stomach, and very soft foods, such as beans that were sprouted. And then we're giving him roots such as yuca or cassava and sweet potato. Coconut, he would tolerate well. And we made a smoothie, put an apple, and we removed the salads because it was so rough for him, because he had a microscopic colitis, very serious. People that suffer from microscopic colitis, they're very sick and a lot of symptoms. And in few days he started feeling normal. And the 4 days he started running short runs, not long runs, short runs. We were so amazed how, he was doing a lot of onion broth, and we give him 2 times a day onion broth enemas to speed it up the process of recovering. And the 4th day he started running shortly, start feeling more normal. The last day he's feeling, pretty normal. I wouldn't say it was just normal, but it was feeling good. And so, God has all the answers for our difficulties, for these difficult conditions. We just have to study. I recommend you can join to our Med Missionary training. It's called medmissionary.com. You can join. We train you step by step how to overcome these diseases. Yeah. Okay, so I'm done, and I don't think I have I think I have, okay, it's 3:00, so I'm gonna stop sharing.
Thank you so much,
God bless everybody. Take care.
Dr. Mercy, for the amazing presentation. I have been posting the medmissionary.com training and also Dr. Mercy's cookbook on the chat. Just wanted to announce that at the end of the health fair, I am going to share with everybody a directory of all of the presenters today and their work and their ministry and how to get in touch with them. So just FYI, letting you know that's coming. Now I want to introduce, we're going to go into the next section. Our next section is toxic burden and recovery. I'm going to introduce Sister Dana Gazilshan. If we can have the spotlight on her. Awesome. So Sister Dana has, she's actually a registered nurse. And after many years of serving as an RN, she right now dedicates all of her time to God's medical missionary work. She came to the faith in the late 80s as a result, actually, of association with the U Chief Pines Lifestyle Center. And she took the training there on lifestyle remedies, and she traveled with the director, Dr. Agatha Thrash at the time. And she also trained under another medical missionary, Elder Mammon Wilson, and he is actually known to be one of the very rare herbal surgeons who is able to draw breast tumors out of the body and remove it with herbs only. So she trained under him as well. And Dana has had her own health journey. She has dealt with tetanus, Rocky Mountain spotty fever, mixed connective tissue disease, multiple hand surgeries, mold toxicity, which is extremely debilitating, and more. And this has really led her to a deep dive into detoxification and how it relates to physical health and spiritual health. And she has a desire to help people to become healthier physically so that they can also better connect with the Lord, the great physician, and understand the spiritual truths. Dana is a co-founder with her husband Cologne of Closure for Jesus Ministry, and in closureforjesus.com, she also has her own herbal store there as well. She is currently actually in the process of completing her licensure as a clinical herbalist. Dana, you have the spotlight.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's really been a blessing to listen to the previous talks. And I've heard many of the things mentioned in previous talks that I'm going to touch on in this one. And for those of you who don't know, if you've never watched any of our YouTube videos, all 3 of these topics are on our YouTube channel. So if you feel like you're drinking from a fire hydrant tonight, that's quite okay. This information is available on our YouTube channel, and of course this is being recorded. So I've been asked to present on mold, parasites, and liver support, how to support the liver when you're dealing with a chronic disease. As Dr. Young mentioned, I have had quite the journey, and I'll intersperse some of my own story as I go throughout this presentation. So let's start off with mold. I want to make sure that you understand that there's a big difference between a mold allergy and mold toxicity. Mold allergy is something that most people who may be exposed to a moldy environment are going to have to deal with. You know, this is something the itchy eye, the red watery itchy eyes, the sore throat, maybe some asthmatic type symptoms. This can be relatively severe, but most of the time these people who are dealing with mold allergy, once they are removed from a moldy environment, then the symptoms are going to begin to subside. But when you're dealing with mold toxicity, that's an entirely different animal. Mold toxicity produces a debilitating and chronic disease, and I'm going to share my own personal experience. This is actually a cluster of symptoms, as you can see here in this slide. It's triggered by what we call mycotoxins, and we'll talk about the difference between mycotoxins and mold spores and all that in just a second. I think it's the next slide. But with mold toxicity, you have severe symptoms like brain fog, cognitive issues, chronic sinusitis. There's actually a bacteria that can inhabit the sinuses of people, and I've had to deal with this. It's called MARCoNS. Very difficult to eradicate when people have this mold toxicity. You can see all the many different symptoms here, and I had to deal with these, and I'll share a little bit of my personal experience from one of these houses in just a second. But let's talk about the difference between mold spores and mycotoxins. You have mold, which is actually that entity that's living on material, and then that mold, which most of us have probably seen mold before, it produces spores, which are seeds, and that's how it spreads. Now, this is typically what causes problems with mold allergy, is the mold spores. You know, we inhale these things and it causes all of these things with the itchy eyes and the runny nose and all that stuff. Typically with these people, when they're removed again from the moldy environment, then the symptoms begin to subside. However, when you have mycotoxins, and mycotoxins are different, they're not mold spores. Mycotoxins are actually, if you've heard the term VOC, volatile organic compound, mycotoxins are toxic poisonous substances that are secreted by certain molds. Not all molds produce mycotoxins. It's typically only the indoor molds really that produce these, that make humans sick, and so we're specifically talking about an indoor moldy environment. So these mycotoxins are secreted, and these things cause severe problems like we saw in the previous slide. And Dr. Dale Bredesen actually, I think I have it in another slide, he actually nicknamed mold toxicity inhalational Alzheimer's. So here's some statistics. About 25% of the population carry a gene that actually prevents them from being able to clear mycotoxins from the body. Some people say that 50 to 70%, I believe it's probably a little higher than that, of buildings here in the United States have some water damage. Mold is a very expensive illness. My husband and I lost all of our furniture, many of our belongings. I was able to save most of our clothing, but we lost almost everything to the mold. 18% of school buildings, 28% of hospitals have mold, and I believe these are low estimates. And this is a scary statistic here. 1 in 10 children die every year as a result of a direct link to either mold allergy with, an asthma situation or mold toxicity. If you don't dry up water, like if you have a leaky pipe or something in your house, if you don't get that dried up within 24 to 48 hours, you're going to have mold appear. And if you have a pregnant lady who is in a moldy environment, she must be removed from that environment, because if you don't, she has a very high risk of having a child with autism. The Bible speaks about mold. Many people didn't realize that, but Leviticus chapter 14 talks quite a bit about mold. It doesn't use the word mold, but it calls it leprosy of a house. And there's a very specific thing that the priest is supposed to do, very specific procedure. And if that mold comes back, that home is to be torn down. Nobody in today's society takes mold that seriously, but I honestly believe that we should. my personal experience, I was first exposed to mold in 2000 that I know of. In 2016, we rented a house. We were up here in North Dakota preparing to move to Kentucky. And we rented a house sight unseen, although we did see the pictures. Cutest little house in a little valley. And when we got there, where the wall meets the ceiling, right at the top of the wall, all the way around the living room was mold. And I wouldn't move anything in. I didn't know then what I know now about mold. And we scrubbed all that off and cleaned it up and everything, and then we moved in. You can't do that. What I know now is that house had actually flooded, and they did not tell us that. And with the mold being at the top of the sheetrock on the interior surface, the entire back of that piece of sheetrock, all the way around that living room, was completely covered with mold, and they had simply painted over that. My second exposure was in 2019. This was several years later. In the interim there, between 16 and 19, we had a farm, had it all set up and everything, and then I ended up with tetanus, and then that was really tough. I was on oxygen for 2 months, and then I got bitten by a tick, and I had Rocky Mountain spotted fever, which made me acutely, severely ill, and I just couldn't keep up with everything on the farm, so we sold the farm, moved into another rental house, and that rental house, unbeknownst to us again, had flooded, and it had been covered up. So I developed severe problems here. I literally thought I was going to die. I couldn't walk straight. I was falling into things. I couldn't remember anything. Had a severe metallic taste. I felt like people were stabbing me with ice picks all over my body. It was horrible. And again, Dr. Dale Bredesen has nicknamed mold toxicity inhalational Alzheimer's. So it's no wonder why God takes mold very seriously. Here's a test that I had done in March of this year, and you can see in the red here, I actually have 10 different mycotoxins in my body right now. This is what I'm dealing with. I had another severe exposure. It was kind of one of those duh moments. I won't go into that, but at any rate, these are the things that are high in my body. Not only, and now I live a very careful life, whole foods, plant-based. I live a lifestyle of detoxification. So let me tell you, if you think you don't need to detox, look at my lab test and think again, because I'm very careful, but these are the things that I'm dealing with right now. You can see I have the fumonisins. I have 2 types. I have mycophenolic acid. I'll talk about that in just a second. Roradin, and over here on the other side is one called verrucarin. Those 2 are what's called trichothecenes, and they're actually used. They're so toxic. They're actually used in biological warfare. The zearalenone, the STC, citrinin, and of course 2 types of aflatoxin are in my body right now, and I'm dealing with detoxification of this, and God is really blessing my efforts right now. I'm very grateful. It was good for me to do the testing to find out what we were actually dealing with, because not all mycotoxins are removed from the body in the same way. Some of them use different pathways. So that's important to realize. Here are some of the mycotoxins. It's just a few. I have all of these in my body. The mycophenolic acid you see over here on the left side of your screen, this is actually used in allopathic medicine. Those who have had transplanted tissues, organs, or whatever in their body, they are often given this mycophenolic acid as a drug to suppress the immune system. And I have extremely high levels of mycophenolic acid. So I have a mycotoxin in my body that's crashing my immune system. This is from a mold exposure. This is not because I've made poor lifestyle choices. We live in a very dirty world. And then the trichothecenes you can see here, they totally whack out your GI tract, cause, again, suppression in the immune system. Now, I didn't have the skin issues so much with my molds. And then if you look over the Aspergillus, this one really hammers the liver. And it's the one of all of the mycotoxins that's probably most known for causing liver cancer. And then you can see the other ones, you know, some of the things that they cause with esophageal cancer and birth defects. to find mold in your home, look again behind drywall, under sinks, tubs, showers. I had a guy reach out to me one time. They were very sick, and I told him to look in the bathroom, around the tub. He actually pulled out some of the tile, and his entire subfloor was moldy. He had to tear out the whole floor. If you look at that picture there, that is somebody's ductwork under their home. It is completely full of mold. There's a lot of moisture in these duct systems, and if they're not properly insulated especially, you can grow tremendous amounts of mold, and that stuff is blowing right into your home. So these are some of the places they can hide. If you have carpet on concrete in a basement, you're asking for trouble. If you have open sump pumps, again, you're asking for trouble. So be careful to look for mold in your home. And there's a very real connection between parasites and mold toxicity. They both suppress the immune system. They both have similar symptoms, and it's just like this vicious cycle. If you have one, you're much more prone to have the other. So we'll talk a little bit about parasites now. Here's some quick facts. Trying to go through this quickly so we can stay on time here. Parasites are not just a third world issue. It is a very real thing here. If you have pets, you have parasites. If you have pets in the house, you definitely have parasites. Giardia cysts, according to Dr. Dan Kalish, can live under your fingernails for 6 months. So be very careful with your hygiene, especially if you've been out camping, in the garden, digging, anything like that. Wash your hands well. The O&P, ovum and parasite tests, are notoriously inaccurate. I give a story on my parasite talk about a story that Dr. Dietrich Klinghardt related. You can go to that and to that talk and watch that. So evidence is accumulating that there is a very strong connection between parasites and cancer, and Dr. Lee Merritt actually comes right out and makes the statement that cancer is parasites. I didn't say that, a physician did. Roundworms like to hang out in the liver bile ducts, and this can cause complete occlusion. That, I believe, happened to me on my full talk on parasites on my YouTube channel. I show a video of someone laparoscopically having a roundworm removed from the bile duct. And I actually went into acute hepatitis. This was during the peak of COVID. I was really sick with this, all of these things I had been dealing with. And my liver just, it was so swollen, you could see it like standing up like an inch all the way around my rib cage, and I was so nauseated, and I had so much pain here over my liver. And I prayed and asked the Lord to show me what was wrong with me, and parasites kept coming, and so I really hit the parasite detox. And after a couple of days, I started really passing a lot of roundworms. Within a couple of weeks, the acute hepatitis was gone. So parasites pave the way for many other health challenges, and this is one. This is a study that I actually read. There was an autopsy done of, I forget how many, here it is, 10 out of 10 MS patients that they did the autopsies on. Every single one of them that they did autopsies on, people who had died with MS, they had parasites in their central nervous system, in their brain. So that's pretty scary right there. So here's a few symptoms of parasites. You can see on the slide here: skin issues, food cravings, itchy anus, that's usually the pinworms, tooth grinding, chronic cough, bloating and other GI issues, emotional instability. It can be cyclical. Because parasites respond to different hormones and neurotransmitters in our body. So the symptoms can be cyclical and mimic hormone problems, brain fog, and much, much more. Here are some of the common parasites. This one here that's shaped like an S, a backwards S, this is the roundworm. This liver fluke I have passed also doing our parasite detox. We've seen many pinworms. I've had people pass tapeworms. The liver fluke looks like a rolled up piece of tomato skin, but it's really, really tough. And here's the Giardia over here. This is one of the microscopic ones. I have had many people pass tapeworm fragments as well, and pinworms too. These are the ones here, the pinworms, that typically cause the itchy anus issues. So how does all this affect the liver? I mentioned already that the parasites like to hang out in the liver bile ducts. Now, when that happens, because our livers are one of our main, we've heard a lot about the liver today and how it needs to go into autophagy and do all of its detoxification, and how it produces bile. And bile is one of the main ways that the liver gets rid of all of these toxins that I and other people have been talking about, and I'm going to talk more about some of these toxins here as we go forward. But if your liver is congested, if your detox pathways are not open, then your liver's not going to be able to get rid of all the toxins that it's trying to pull out of the body. So, and the liver is very much responsible for detoxification. It's one of the main detox organs. And again, as I mentioned, the parasites can completely occlude the bile flow. So that's, I believe, why I went in. In fact, after I had that experience, about a week later, after I began to get rid of these roundworms and my hepatitis, my liver swelling went away, I listened to a lecture by Dr. J. Davidson, and he said that very thing, that you can go into acute hepatitis because these roundworms can completely occlude the liver bile ducts. When someone has mold toxicity, that really clogs up the bile. You can actually have more mycotoxins in the bile than bile. And the bile can become very thick and sludgy, and this can lead to constipation, to nausea, to all kinds of, you're just recirculating those, reabsorbing those toxins. And so you really need to make sure, and we'll talk about it in just a minute, to keep your bile thin and moving so that your liver can get rid of these things. It's important to take some things to bind up these molds as well. Fiber is one of our best binders, but there's other things that we can do, like activated charcoal, and we have a custom binder blend that we designed specifically for people with mold toxicity. So again, if you can't, if your bile cannot flow and you can't get rid of the toxins, this is when people are going to start having skin issues. Anytime somebody comes to me with, I've got all these skin issues, I'm looking at the liver. I'm looking at parasites. I'm looking at even mold exposure. Okay. Some people estimate between 200 to 500, and some people even estimate up to 2,000 different functions of the liver in the body. I don't think there's any argument that it is an extremely vital organ. It synthesizes proteins and hormones. It cleans the blood. Again, it produces bile. It conjugates vitamins into bioavailable forms so our body can absorb them. It stores fat-soluble vitamins and glycogen, converts glucose into glycogen for storage for energy when we need it during a fasting state, synthesizes cholesterol. It's important for the clotting factors and so much more. So here's a few signs that the liver is stressed. You can have central nervous system symptoms like brain fog, confusion, migraines, headaches, dizziness. I am currently going through another mold detox because, I showed you my labs. And one of my main symptoms is it just feels like my brain is just on fire. And so I have to really be careful to get out in the sun. That helps me a lot, to do the saunas, to sweat, to take my binders and things like that. So another sign of liver stress is glucose metabolism issues, hormonal imbalances, again, the skin issues, digestive issues. Anytime you're dealing with these things, mold, parasites, all these things, you're definitely, as Mercy mentioned a little bit ago, you're looking at leaky gut. So you definitely need to address that. So you can either have the constipation or diarrhea, again, leaky gut, immune dysfunction, emotional disturbances, and fatigue is a big one. Most people who come to me for help have brain fog and fatigue. So those are two big ones, and they're two big signs that the liver is struggling. Okay, here you can see this is just a picture of what I just showed you. When you have the diet that's high in the refined carbs, alcohol consumption, the junk foods, anything in the crinkly bag, and processed foods, and then the chemicals. When we take in glyphosate actually can trick the body into using it's a glycine molecule, and our master antioxidant, which we'll talk about in just a minute, is glutathione, and glutathione is made from 3 amino acids, and glyphosate mimics one of those amino acids, which is glycine, and many times our body tries to fold proteins using glyphosate as opposed to glycine, and it just doesn't work. You just have all kind of problems. So again, you can see here all of the different stressors on the liver and the things that those stressors can cause. It's an important thing to note right here in the middle of this picture, upwards of 70% of your liver tissue can be damaged before you actually have any clear symptoms or signs appear. So don't think that just because you don't have any symptoms that you're just fine. If you're exposed to these things, your liver is feeling it. So I want to talk just a little bit, and it's not all that important for you to clearly understand these 3 phases of liver detoxification. We're going to look most, I think, at the second one here. We have another slide on the second one. But it's important. The important thing to take away from this is I want you to look at this slide and look at the vital nutrients for each phase of detoxification. We need to really support our liver as it's dealing with detoxification. This information right here has only been known for, I don't know, maybe 30 years or so. But in phase 1 of liver detoxification, this is where toxins, most, or many, I should say, of the toxins that are in our bodies are what we call fat soluble. They're stored in fat tissues. And a lot of these mycotoxins are stored in the brain, the heart, the liver, and these are fatty organs. And so when these toxins are fat soluble, the liver can't really get rid of them. The body can't really get rid of them. So it has to change these fat soluble toxins into water soluble toxins so that they can then be conjugated in phase 2. All that conjugation means is one of these substances that's listed here, glutathione, sulfur, all these different pathways can bind with those toxins and make them stable enough so that the body can actually eliminate them. And we'll look at each one of these. Each one of these pathways eliminates different toxins. Okay, so just the key thing to remember here is 2 things. One is look at the nutrients that are important. Again and again, you see cruciferous vegetables. Very important for liver detoxification. We've got to have the sulfur. We've got to have the amino acids that we can get from these things. You can use milk thistle, which is an herb that is very healing to the liver. And I'll talk about herbs that are very good to help increase bile flow in just a minute. Then phase 3 there you can see is elimination, when the toxins are actually eliminated through the bile or through the urine. And of course our body uses other detox pathways as well, such as the skin. But here is a breakdown of the different phases in phase 2. Now let me just go back to phase 1 a second. If you remember the previous slide here, right here, a lot of people are what we call pathological detoxifiers. What that means is this phase 1 is really fast, but phase 2 is slower. And there's what we call intermediaries in between phase 1 and phase 2, where these toxins are much more dangerous. Being water soluble, they're much more dangerous. They're much more unstable. And so if somebody is really fast with phase 1, but they're slow with phase 2, they can become quite ill. And there's ways around that. We can get, things like curcumin. Curcumin slows phase 1 and speeds up phase 2. So there's different ways that we can, work around that. The key takeaway from this really is you can't just jump into detox and think that you're just going to detox some really serious stuff without a little bit of knowledge. If you don't have a little bit of knowledge of what's happening in here, you really can make yourself quite sick. So if you look at these are the different pathways of detoxification in phase 2. And if you look at the graph here, you can see that each phase eliminates different toxins. Now for me, the pathway that is very important right now is this glutathione pathway. because I have a lot of mold in my body right now. So this is a pathway that's super duper important for me right now. But each one of these pathways is important, and each one requires, as we saw in this slide, specific nutrients. Now, this was generated on AI. I don't believe that we have to lean to the animal foods, but anyway, it's an AI slide. So, okay. It's very important when we start looking at detoxification that we open the drainage funnel. I think that Brother Randall talked about this, about how we need to keep all of the detox pathways open. I know that Mercy deals with this. If you're constipated, by the way, the definition of constipation is 1 or less bowel movements per day. How many of you think you're constipated? Don't raise your hand. Okay. We have to keep the bowels open. If you're eating 2 meals a day, you need to produce 2 bowel movements a day. That's normal, all right? We need to stay hydrated. We need to drink, just in normal everyday life, we need to drink half our body weight in water in ounces just to stay hydrated. But when we're detoxing, we need even more. Deep breath out of doors, the sunshine, all of these laws of health that we've been talking about, all of these things are vital to detox the body. Here's some more ways to support the liver. I think Mercy talked about the lemon water. I think she uses lemon garlic drink. But lemon water first thing in the morning helps to really flush that bile and get things moving. Dandelion, peppermint, burdock, these are some of the bitter herbs. Any of your bitter herbs are going to help to increase bile flow. Bitter is better. If you have bitter taste, it's going to increase that bile flow, help to flush out these toxins. Do the parasite detox, eliminate processed foods and sugar. I think we've talked about intermittent fasting already. Our liver needs a time of fasting to go into autophagy. Other speakers have already talked about autophagy quite a bit. Clean up your skin and healthcare products that you use, and avoid mold like the plague that the Bible says that it is. So this is what we use for parasite detoxification. If you want to take a picture of this slide, we have the parasite detox kit available on our website, and here again is our contact information, closureforjesus.com or closureforjesus@yahoo.com. So I hope that will help you to be inspired that you really should do a parasite detox, and you really should avoid mold, and you really need to clean your liver.
Thank you so much, Sister Dana. That was very informational, and I know there's so much more information that, can be shared. Just chime into her YouTube channel. And again, we are going to be sharing a directory later, so that you can get in touch with all of the presenters. I do want to introduce our next presenter, Brother James. Are you here?
Yes.
Okay, if you can spotlight
There you go.
press. All right. So I want to introduce Brother James. So James and Daryl Kirtley, they are 2 and 1 and 1 and 2. James and Daryl Kirtley have been working in medical missionary work in the Philippines since 1993. And they jointly founded the Restoration to Eden Lifestyle Center there in the beautiful mountains of Laguna Province. They offer in-house programs for the reversal of chronic degenerative diseases and also conduct evangelistic efforts throughout the Philippines. Brother James also has a powerful testimony of addiction and restoration through the power of the perfect love of Jesus. They have just landed actually in the US today for a speaking engagement in Sacramento, and now they're dialing in for a moment to do their presentation for us on the topic of addiction recovery. So thank you so much, and please have the spotlight.
Okay, thank you for inviting us. And let me look for my slides. Here we go. Let me go back up here. Okay, let me play this slide here. Okay, can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, so I grew up in San Diego, California. I grew up in a I'd say middle class family. My dad was an officer in the military. And at a very young age, I was 20. I was sexually abused and physically abused all the way up until the time I was about a teenager. And as a result of the traumatic upbringing that I had, I turned to drugs, alcohol, cigarettes, and of course, rock and roll. I'm the person standing on the left there, second from the left, holding the electric guitar. I was fully rebellious. I was hooked on methamphetamines, cocaine, marijuana, alcohol, and smoking about 2 packs of cigarettes a day when I was high on drugs. At the age of 19, I overdosed on methamphetamines. And I remember praying to the God that I didn't know, that I believed somehow existed and somehow maybe cared about me, and promised him I would never touch drugs again as long as I lived if he would spare my life, which he did. And unfortunately, shortly thereafter, I went right back to what I was doing, drugs and more drugs. Well, I ended up moving to Europe, and at the age of 21, I was selling drugs and doing drugs in Europe and making a complete mess out of my life. And because I was so broken from my past, the anger, the bitterness, the trauma, the fear, and all of those negative emotions and horrible experiences I went through as an abused child, that I believe that if I did what I want, when I want, how I want, where I want, with whom I want, and as long as I want, and I don't care what anybody thinks, that I was going to be very happy. Well, I found out through experience that I was so broken that I actually wanted to commit suicide. I wanted to die. Life was miserable until one day I was introduced to Christ by a friend, and I began to read a little book called Steps to Christ by Ellen White. And I found out that God loved me and God cared for me. And I said, Lord, I realize I'm a wicked man. I'm a sinner. I need help. Please save me from myself. And the Lord delivered me from drug addiction, alcoholism, 2 packs of cigarettes a day, all of the nasty things that I was doing in one night, completely delivered from all those things. The deliverance from bitterness and anger came like 20 years later. That's another story, but yes, that plays a part in our health. Well, make a long story short, at a very young age, shortly after my conversion to Christ, I was a dying man. I was 4 times more liver toxic than the average person. I was adrenally exhausted. I sought a naturopathic physician who prescribed a 1 week juice fast for me with colon cleansing and liver detox. And I had stuff come out of me that just what they were talking about, the parasites and all of this nasty stuff that I had been holding on to all these years. And my life, my physical energy started coming back. I really thought I was going to die. I had no energy. I was sleeping 18, 20 hours a day. I wasn't able to hardly walk. I was just totally burned out. But praise the Lord. Excuse me, I'm fighting a cold right now. He delivered me from all of those things and also rejuvenated my health. And it was through fasting and cleansing. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that, although it's been dealt with specifically by some of the speakers. And by the way, thank you to all the speakers. Your presentations were amazing and I learned a lot. Praise the Lord. So I want to talk about another addiction, not just drug addiction or cigarette addiction or alcohol addiction, but I want to talk about another addiction, and that is food addiction. And I'm going to talk shortly about that, but God created food for us to enjoy. In fact, in Genesis 1:29, God said, "Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed, to you it shall be for meat," or food. The word herb in this verse means green thing. God gave the green plants and the fruits of the trees for food in the Garden of Eden. And we know that this was raw food, and I appreciate the lecture emphasizing the importance of raw food. And it is very healing, and it does give you energy, and it will help you to reverse your chronic degenerative diseases if you eat more raw food and if you juice, which we're going to talk about as well a little bit. And of course, God, after the entrance of sin, said, "Thou shalt eat the herb of the field," Genesis 3:18. Well, the idea that a person can be addicted to food has recently gained increasing support. And of course, that comes from brain imaging and other studies of the effects of compulsive overeating on pleasure centers in the brain. Experiments in animals and humans show that for some people, the same reward and pleasure centers of the brain that are triggered by addictive drugs like cocaine and heroin are also activated by food. Notice that. Especially what kind of food? Highly palatable foods. Highly palatable foods are foods that are rich in sugar, fat, and salt. Like addictive drugs, highly palatable foods trigger feel-good brain chemicals such as dopamine. So again, foods that are high in sugar, and I drank lots of sodas. I was addicted to junk foods. I ate a high fat, high cholesterol diet growing up. Both my parents had cancer. My mom had breast cancer. My dad had leukemia. He died of a heart attack. Had I not changed my lifestyle and put into practice the things that we've been hearing today, I would not be here today. So once people experience pleasure associated with increased dopamine transmission in the brain's reward pathway from eating certain foods, they quickly feel the need to eat again. And the reward signals from highly palatable foods may override other signals of fullness and satisfaction. As a result, people keep eating even when they're not hungry. People who are addicted to food will continue to eat despite negative consequences, such as weight gain or damaged relationships. And like people who are addicted to drugs or gambling, people who are addicted to food will have trouble stopping their behavior, even if they want to or have tried many times to cut back. And of course, we're familiar with the surgeries that doctors will do to staple people's stomach because they can't control their overeating and all these sort of things. So medically, they try to treat it with surgery and all that, but it doesn't really fix the problem. The cravings that a food addict will have to eat are so strong that the addict cannot control them, and in many cases, food addiction will lead to a deteriorated quality of life. Physical, emotional, social, and spiritual happiness and well-being are all affected by food addiction. Once an individual who is addicted to food eats and experiences the high or pleasurable state that they feel when they are done eating, they will quickly feel the need to eat more or to eat again to feel that feeling. And of course, a lot of people call the junk foods comfort foods. When they're angry, they're depressed, or they feel like they did a great job at work, they want to reward themselves with food. And so they'll eat, like chocolate, or they'll eat some candy bars, or, something like that. Okay. And of course, some of the symptoms of food addiction are feeling ashamed of your weight, feeling depressed or sad about your weight or self-image, feeling hopeless when it comes to losing weight, eating when upset or depressed, which a lot of people do, eating as a reward for a job well done, eating when you're not hungry, becoming anxious or irritable when eating certain foods or when not eating, or if there doesn't seem to be enough food. And food addiction can have an adverse effect on our emotions that lead to mood swings and other mental health problems. Some food addicts will suffer from great depression or anxiety as a result of their inability to control their eating habits despite a desire to eat less and to improve their self-image. Others are emotional eaters, which I was, a very emotional eater, who eat just because they are happy or just because they are sad. But when these emotions take over, their eating slips out of control. This is taken from the addictions.com website where they're talking about food. We know this problem with food began in the Garden of Eden. God told Adam and Eve, of all the trees of the garden you may freely eat. Imagine thousands of different kinds of fruits. We have a lot of fruits in the Philippines that most people have never heard of, like rambutan and lanzones and durian and other tropical exotic fruits. And think of all the fruits throughout all the countries of the world. There's so many. But God only gave one small prohibition. He said, but of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And of course, the serpent told Eve that you shall not surely die. You can eat this. It's not going to hurt you. You're going to be just fine. Look at me. I'm munching away and I'm just great. So she believed the lie and she ate the fruit. And of course, they both partook of the forbidden fruit. Sin entered the world, and now here we are. Excuse me. The good news is that Jesus gained the victory for us. The first thing he did after his baptism was go into the wilderness to fast for 40 days and 40 nights. Excuse me. And so Christ's victory is ours. He overcame by the word of God. When Satan tempted him to commit to change the stones to bread, Jesus said, "It is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God." So the good news is victory is ours by faith in Jesus Christ. God has the power to change the course that we are on. Unfortunately, gluttony, intemperance, and indulgence of appetite are rampant in our country and throughout the world. In fact, the Bible talks about this in Ezekiel 16:49. It says, "Behold, this was the iniquity of thy sister Sodom, pride, fullness of bread, and abundance of idleness was in her and in her daughters. Neither did she strengthen the hand of the poor and needy." So again, fullness of bread, indulgence of appetite, overeating, doing nothing, sitting around, no exercise. And everywhere we go, we see food festivals, food, and more food. And of course, people love to eat. Every occasion, wedding, reception, birthday party. Excuse me. It was a rough travel, trust me. Anyways, so I think I'll get through this. Praise the Lord. So, of course, these kind of foods can be very addicting. They're high in fat, they're high in sugar, and also in salt, sodium. You know, Paul says in Philippians 4:13, "I can do all things through Christ, which strengtheneth me." And I can tell you from experience, I find my strength in Jesus. As I spend time in Bible study and prayer, God gives me the strength to follow the right course and to control my appetite, my passions, and to stay away from those things that are not good for the body. You know, cleansing, which was talked about, fasting, detoxification, this is a biblical principle. In fact, 2 Corinthians 7:1 says, "Having therefore these promises, dearly beloved, let us cleanse ourselves from all filthiness of the flesh and spirit, perfecting holiness in the fear of God." So there are many things that we can use to cleanse the filthiness of the flesh, of the body. And of course, the spirit is through faith in Jesus Christ and the reading of the word of God. Fasting, again, is very powerful. Paul Bragg, you know, the guy that started the Bragg's liquid aminos and Bragg's products that we see in the grocery stores today, he wrote a book called The Miracle of Fasting. And he says fasting is mentioned 74 times in the Bible. Fasting puts the body in a condition where all the vital force of the body is used to flush out the causes of body miseries. And as has been talked about at length, in detoxifying or cleansing the body, we want to open up the channels of elimination, such as the skin, the liver, the kidneys, the lungs, and the colon. And so now my wife is going to talk about, Daryl is going to talk to us about cleansing, and she'll share some of the testimonies of people that have gone through our cleanse program and have also detoxified and overcome addictions. And so she's going to talk about that.
Well, like it's been talked about juicing, the detox, the fasting, the raw foods, all of those are necessary for detoxification. So and that's what we do in our lifestyle center. And I'm gonna share a few testimonies. So this was talked about.
Why is it not
Yeah,
advancing?
it's not advancing. I don't know why.
Let me escape. Let me see what's going on. Okay, play the slide again. Here we go.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, juicing, definitely. We do a 4-day juice fast and then a 1 day of raw food and another 4-day juice fast and another day of raw food. And during that time, we do the steam bath, the sweating, the sauna, we do hydrotherapy, we do colon cleansing, liver cleansing, all of that has been mentioned already. So let's move forward. Okay. So yeah, the raw vegetables, definitely I agree with what was presented. We don't want to juice a lot of fruit. We add a little bit of apple to some of the green juices to make it palatable, and sometimes pineapple, because we have a lot of pineapple growing on our property and we use that too. So the green juices are very good. But tell us, honey, about the benefits of fasting. What was the study that they came across?
This study was done by the USC scientists, and that's at the University of California. And they found out that fasting for 3 days can have a significant improvement in your body's health. And this was a 6-month study, and they did it on mice and then humans also. And they found out that those are currently going through chemotherapy noticed a significant improvement in their health as the white blood cells and other toxins in the body were flushed out over the course of the fast. So, and then basically when you fast for a prolonged amount of time, your body uses the stored glucose, fats, and produce ketone bodies that are especially good for your brain to keep you going. And then you flush out anything that your body doesn't need, like damaged cells and toxins. So actually, this was already covered.
Right.
So we're not gonna
Okay.
talk about that in detail. And
that's okay.
yes,
This is what you want.
but this is I just wanna read this last part here. And the good news is that the body got rid of the parts of the system that might be damaged or old, the inefficient parts during the fasting. Now, if you start with a system heavily damaged by chemotherapy or aging, fasting cycles can generate literally a new immune system. And we've seen this over and over again with people that come to us, because that's basically what we do. We put people on a juice fast. And these are some of the benefits, and that was talked about also. And like this person right here, she came to us, I can't remember what year was that.
Might show on the next slide.
She actually shared her testimony on Facebook. And basically what she was saying was she's a food addict. And that's what we're talking about right now, is about addiction, right? And she always has food in her bag. And when people think about food, she's the first person people think about, because she always has food. And so she went through this juice fast with us for 5 days, 4-day juice fast and 1 day of raw food, and it literally changed her life, because her addiction, she overcame her addictions for food. So so that's the benefit of juice fasting and a detox. Actually, when we have addictions, any kind of addictions, you actually overcome your addictions. And then this person, the next person, was addicted, was actually a smoker. So this one was
2012.
2012. Yeah, he was a smoker, but he came to us with high blood pressure and heart problems, and he failed his physical exam for work. And guess what? Because of the detox that he did, and juice fasting, he overcame the smoking addiction as well.
That's right. And of course, we're sweating him out here. He's in the sauna. Then we put him in what's called a wet sheet pack, and he's sweating out all that nicotine in the blood through the skin. And once you get that out of the body, the craving goes away. And of course, prayer and encouraging people to look to Jesus for help, because God is the one that gives us the power to overcome. God and God alone.
And of course, you don't only, when you overcome those addictions, then guess what? Your health also improves, or you overcome your illnesses or sicknesses.
That's right.
And like this person here that has
had this
cancer.
disease. Yeah. This doctor, she was a dentist, and she was so sick on the second or third day of her fast, she couldn't even get out of bed. I said, don't worry, we'll take care of you. I knew exactly what to do. We gave her the juices, we gave her an enema, and she was fine. She was going through a serious dumping of toxins from the liver, and it was circulating in her blood. And once we got that cleaned out, she was fine. And the good news is this lady overcame her disease, which is listed here. This lady also came to us, and she had
breast cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was doing a lot of natural things before, because we put her on a program before she came to our island. She came from a different island in Palawan, and we live in Luzon. So she came to Luzon. She went through our 10-day cleanse. And then she continued. She stayed on the program. She ate a lot of raw foods. She continued juicing, and she overcame. And the good news is, not only did she beat her disease by faith in God and through cleansing her body through God's natural remedies, juicing, raw foods, exercise, drinking water, proper rest, all of those important things that have been mentioned previously in the other lectures. But she got pregnant, right?
Yes.
Yeah, she's having another child. So praise the Lord. Very exciting. So that concludes I don't know. I don't know if I should have put this up here, but I did. So this is just our contact information. And I know Hayun has said that she's going to put a directory of everybody's contact information for those who want to email us any questions or whatever. So the good news is we don't have to continue. Let me stop share here. We don't have to be addicted to food. We don't have to be addicted to drugs or alcohol. God's grace is sufficient for us. Our weakness, our strength is made perfect in weakness. 2 Corinthians chapter, I think it's 12, verse 9 says. And so God's grace is sufficient for every one of us. It doesn't matter how weak we are. I was the weakest of the weak. I was a totally broken man. God renewed my life. He renewed my health. And I'll tell you, it took a couple years of me for cleansing my liver to regain my energy and my health. And
you have to do a lot of fasting.
and I did fasting for years. I fast occasionally, but we change the oil and the filter in our car, but we don't fast our bodies. We eat and eat and eat. We need to do a good detox at least once a year, really. And of course, when we naturally get sick, we don't crave food, especially if you have a fever. Your body goes into fasting mode automatically. Your craving for food disappears. So, we should put ourselves on a good cleanse once a year, get a good reboot, as they call it, and it will rejuvenate your immune system, and it will just give you great health, and you'll be so happy. You feel great.
And also the intermittent fasting will help you maintain that lifestyle, because people that have come to us for 10 days afterwards is a struggle to keep that lifestyle.
Right.
So that's why it was talked about the
Intermittent
fasting,
fasting.
yeah, or fasting 1 day a week.
Right. 1 day a week for people who are really sick. They're fighting an autoimmune disease. After they
Fighting
go,
addiction, yes.
yeah, after they go through a cleanse, they should fast once a week. Do a lot of juicing, and even water fasting for a day is pretty powerful. I've done water fasting. I also don't recommend long water fasting. I did a 1 week, and then I did I think a 4 or 5 day water fast. That was very powerful experience, but you need to read up and study what to do and what not to do on a water fast. So anyways, that concludes our presentation. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, Brother James and Sister Daryl. Again, you're going to be able to get in touch with everybody. We're going to do the directory sharing later. And our next presenter is Dr. R.V. Generoso. Dr. R.V. Generoso is a board-certified internal medicine physician based in the United States, state of Washington. And with her husband, Alan, they together manage Generoso Health, a private medical practice with a focus on lifestyle changes, medication reduction, and healthy mind and spirit. She is also one of the regular presenters at the Med Missionary Conferences, which is a medical missionary training ministry that we mentioned with Sister Dr. Mercy a while ago. At her primary care practice, she focuses on lifestyle and mind health, whole body healing through the power of the cross. She also offers Bible counseling with medical diagnostics. So here is Dr. R.V. Generoso. She is going to present on the topic of medication management during lifestyle correction.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to this virtual health fair, and I've been learning a lot and picking up nuggets and pearls. Thank you. My topic today is medication management during lifestyle correction. And to introduce myself briefly, I have about 20 plus years of internal medicine experience. Currently, as mentioned, my husband and I manage Generoso Health, which is a primary care private practice here in the Pacific Northwest. And we do some lectures and conferences, especially in nearby venues here. We do practice what we teach, and I also have ER and urgent care experience, which was an exciting part of my life, but I appreciate the face that I am right now. Okay. So our topics is the foundation of drugs and what is the cause of disease. And these are the four illness or conditions that we will address and how to manage those medication adjustments. So these are general guidelines. It's always good to have a partner who knows what they're doing in terms of medications. When I was switching from just prescription medications to lifestyle, My knowledge, I think, on the physiology of the body, how the body works, how these medications work, really helps me to guide the patient off. Because I've had so many patients also that do them on their own and then they keep going up and down on their meds. But I think guidance is important, but knowledge is power, which I want to transfer to you that knowledge this afternoon. So I operate on this cause and effect in most of what I do with medicine. At the entry is the cause, and then at the exit is the effect. And this will become clearer as we move along. So drugs do not cure chronic disease. Drugs are very good. Emergency medicine is very good at acute or sudden or short-term illness. But when it comes to chronic ongoing disease, they really don't cure it. You know that it's cured because when you withdraw the treatment because it's done, the condition should be resolved, but it's not. That's why it's called maintenance, right? There are two ways to see this, that the medication maintains your bad habits so you can keep on doing it without really resolving the problem, as well as the medication is a maintenance to maintain your chronic disease. Most of the time, if you have a new symptom after starting a new drug, it is most likely a side effect of that drug, which then leads to drug stacking. I take a drug, it has a side effect. Doctor now needs to prescribe a second drug to counteract the side effect of the first drug, and so on. Doctors, I find, hesitate on reducing and removing medications because their frame of thought is these medications help you. If I remove it, I am not helping you. And as a medical doctor from that frame of mind, it is really what's in my toolbox. My toolbox is all drugs and the different kinds of it. So I hesitate on removing or reducing them. Okay. So the cost versus the risk factors, we really cannot tell you what's the cost. People can have autoimmune disease and you can have chemical injuries, or most of the time there really isn't any real cause that the doctor can explain to you. Like I just consulted with somebody that was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. What is the cause? They don't know. They said it's dumb luck that she had MS. And that's very sad because to every effect there is a cause. We just haven't discovered it yet, right? So with hypertension, I won't go through all the drug types, but these are the common drug types. If you have hypertension, you're taking care with somebody with high blood pressure, these drugs are very familiar to you. Okay, water, diuretics, which are water pills, calcium channel, ACE and ARB inhibitors, and beta blockers. What are the considerations? First is you have to know what your targets are. I have patients come to me with weight loss and then their blood pressure is 110 over 70, 110, 60, 100 over 60, and they're dizzy and they haven't fainted yet, which is great. But they're dizzy and they're weak, or they're just generally weak. And then their blood pressure is too low artificially because of the medication. So you have to identify what is your goal. Usually, when the patient is on meds, I do have a goal of 135 to 185 and below. And below. I don't push for 110 over 60, especially with the elderly population. They are just so prone to the ill effects of sudden low blood pressure. So what your requirements for medicine will be lower with lifestyle changes like weight loss, stopping coffee or alcohol, when you increase your water intake, when you sleep more, when your stress is reduced. So my general advice is to lower one drug at a time. You can cut the dose by 25 to 50%. You have to monitor your blood pressure, usually in the morning when you're relaxed, or maybe after an hour coming home when you're really relaxed. That's your baseline blood pressure, and you record it so you know. You may need to separate combination drugs. What I mean by that is some medications are two in one, and in order to facilitate reduction of medication, I separate them so that I'm just touching or reducing one drug at a time. Okay, here's a caution. If any takeaway for blood pressure, this is the biggest takeaway. Your beta blockers, your metoprolol, carvedilol, propranolol, atenolol, and others, do not stop it abruptly if you're taking it for more than 2 weeks. So how do you do it? I actually do it very slowly. I do a step down alternating dose. For example, the 50 and the 25, instead of committing to 25 milligrams abruptly after like taking 50 milligrams for a while, I do a 50, 25 until the patient is okay. He or she doesn't have any symptoms of increased heart rate, restless sleep, sometimes anxiety. And then the adjustment usually happens within 3 to 5 days. Once they're okay, then I go down to the next level. So I just had a patient see me, and she said that she was talking with her cardiologist about removing her beta blocker, and she has been taking it for a year and a half. And she was told by her cardiologist, yeah, sure, you can just stop it. But she talked to me before, and she was told by me not to do that. So I gave her kind of a general plan. So she said she went from like 50 to 25 on the first week. She was restless, she was anxious, her heart rate was racing. What if she didn't have that advice and she abruptly stopped it? That's going to be an ER visit because you can't explain what you're feeling as your body is trying to adjust to the new freedom your heart has found with reducing this heart rate limiting drug. Okay? Biggest takeaway for you and for those that you care about. Diabetes, so many different drug types. You know, some of these are very familiar to you, but here are your considerations. Your fasting morning, after fasting the whole night, target would be between 80 to 130. This is in general. If you live at the 400s, at the 300s, which I have met those patients, these really do not apply to them because they have to also go down on a stepwise approach. Otherwise, it's a shock to their system. 2 hours after a meal, the blood sugar target is 180. At bedtime, between 100 to 150. When you lower, yeah, your lifestyle changes will require lowered medication requirement. Generally, there is more immediate danger with lower blood sugar than higher blood sugar. The danger of high blood sugar is it happens over time with heart issues and brain issues and vision and nerve issues. But low blood sugar is acutely or immediately dangerous. And when I was working at the ER, we have cases that look like a stroke, half side of the body paralyzed, only to realize that it's just a low blood sugar if the patient has been taking insulin and not eating regularly and the like, right? But your sugar fluctuations, though, affect your vision because your lens swells or shrinks depending on your sugar level. So you need consistent monitoring and recording. A 24-hour glucose monitor is probably going to be very beneficial as you try to reduce your medications. So what do we usually do? We usually reduce the insulin unit by 2 units every few days until the goal is consistently reached. Now, while you're reducing the insulin, your sugar will go up slightly. But if you are at the level where sugar is dropping, like hypoglycemia, do not touch the insulin further. What you do is you stabilize more of the intake, the schedule of the meals, and exertion. Because you can eat right, you can eat the same thing every day, take your regular insulin, but today you went gardening and you were a little bit dehydrated and you exerted so much effort, you are still going to be at risk of hypoglycemia, right? There's a lot of common sense to that. So other medications, slow taper is not needed. The other meds that we showed, there's usually no reason to slow taper except for GLP-1s. So GLP-1s are the Ozempic. There are so many patients asking for them, trying to lose weight. It's very sad because they think that this is their only hope. But GLP-1 side effects are very severe and very varied depending on the person. What I've encountered are gut issues. You know, they have abdominal pain after eating, they vomit, they're cramping, it's just, or diarrhea, it's very horrible. And this is the biggest thing is 60% of weight loss promised by GLP-1 will come from your muscles. And I have patients that have lost so much weight because they don't want to stop it or they've been on it too long before I see them sometimes is they have muscle reduction. Specifically, what I notice is the large muscle group of the quads, which are your thigh muscles, which are the ones responsible for your balance. So they start falling, they start becoming weak, they can't walk far. It's a very sad state. So If you want to lose weight, the increase in fiber intake accomplishes more than the GLP-1s and is definitely safer. And as you know, or maybe you haven't heard that in animal subjects, GLP-1 is found to cause bladder cancers. So I don't think it's worth it, but I can only inform. In the end, it is their body and they will make that decision. So for cholesterol, these are the drug types. The statin is probably the most popular one, right? And we're going to go through why our body needs cholesterol. What is it really for? Okay. So every part of our body needs a replacement. There's nothing in your body that lives forever. Otherwise, if your cells live forever, you will live forever too, right? The gut lining, that's why it's so important to take care of our gut. And you've heard so much lectures on that with leaky gut and what to eat. It turns over every third day, between 2 to 10th day. So with the sloughing of the food creates a need for new cells. Your taste buds is at 10, skin is at 30 days, and red blood cells around 120 days. But what is cholesterol? We heard about the detox, liver flushing, make sure your liver is okay. One of the functions of the liver is actually to synthesize cholesterol coming from the food that you eat. When I was researching this, somehow, my favorite subject in med school is physiology. At every turn, I would be in awe on how fearfully made we are, and I'll pick up the phone and tell my mom, "Mom, did you know?" I was just so passionate about it. Now I know why. So the liver synthesizes cholesterol. You've heard about HDL, they call it good. You heard about LDL, they call it bad cholesterol, right? So LDL is called bad. I don't know why. Because what it does is it's actually a FedEx delivery component in the body. When there is a part of your body that needs cholesterol, that part sends an order to the liver. The liver then sends that cholesterol through the FedEx LDL to where it needs to go. Now, the LDL doesn't have an ability to go back, so the HDL will pick it up. Maybe that's why it's called good cholesterol. Now, what is cholesterol for? Is it really bad? Is there bad or good cholesterol? Is there high or low cholesterol? These are questions that we have to ask. Your cell is not a rigid ball. It moves around very, most of your cells, I guess the bones is very rigid, but it moves and it's not rigid. Okay. To make it stable, these cells that you see in the other slide are cholesterol molecules. They are like the scaffolding of your house to keep the structure together. So cholesterol is really needed by the body. It also creates channels from the outside of the cell to the inside of the cell. It's stability as well as a channel. But I wanted to talk about the stability because we learned that all of our cells need replacement because nothing lives forever. And then we also learned that when a new cell is needed, the LDL is the FedEx delivery mechanism. So in analogy, what will we do if Amazon delivery is canceled for 3 months? You will not be happy. In the same manner, when a part of your body needs a cholesterol and there are very few FedEx delivery drivers or trucks, it's not going to work well. And your stability of cells will be very much affected. You will not be able to make new and good cells. But granted that not all fats are created equal. Plant fats are always superior, definitely. And I really do encourage them. I have a picture of the brain there because I will show you in the next slide how much cholesterol is present in what amount of food. So in the egg yolk, 1 ounce, it's 260 milligram of cholesterol per measure because that egg will become a chicken. Going down, you'll see that the liver at 4 ounces is 204, but look at the brain. 4 ounces of brain is 2,885 milligram of cholesterol. So the fattiest part of your body is not your midsection, it's actually your brain. And the reason why that is so is because it needs to create this fast conduction. The myelinated axon, you see those covering, and the the transportation is jumpy and not streamlined, the transmission can go from 268 miles per hour versus if you don't have that insulation, which is the myelin, it can only go up to 22 miles per hour. So I'm sure you want to know, what is that myelin made of? It's actually our white matter in our brain. And that white matter is made out of 70 to 85% fat, 15 to 30% protein, and 40% water, and a special carbohydrate molecule that is a carbohydrate cholesterol combination molecule. So we need our cholesterol. We need it for cell structure. So why do we want the numbers so low? Like, I would have patients with super low cholesterol, and of course, because we are taught that it should be that low, most of the doctors will be clapping their hands while I'm at the edge of my seat, right? So this is the consideration. What is cholesterol for? And I just reviewed with you what is the function of that. What is normal cholesterol? That is still a topic that is being discussed. And because before, long time ago, 300 cholesterol is okay. Now it has to be below 200. The target is moving, but the body is not changing. When stopping cholesterol lowering medications, your levels will go up because it releases the liver to do what it's supposed to do. When you do so the general healthy lifestyle, the liver flushing that has been talked about, reducing inflammation and cell damage, is a wonderful principle for taking care of your cholesterol and, of course, your food source too. Don't blame the repair team. The repair team is our LDL. They just go there to do what they're told to deliver the ingredients to make new cells. And yet we have made an enemy of what is naturally occurring in the body. Food for thought. Next would be psychiatric medications. Of all these medications, I find this to be the most challenging to taper. Very, very challenging. And some of these medications you're familiar with. I think these ones, the antidepressants and the anti-anxiety medications, are so challenging to go down on. If you have ADHD, some people will take Adderall or Ritalin, to which I really advise people to just take it when they need it. They have an exam, they have a stressful day at work, or they're going to be working a lot, they know, then don't take them every day to avoid dependency. Antipsychotics are there and mood stabilizers, usually for bipolar disease. Now, with psychiatric medications, we have to consider the root cause. Where did the depression start? Remember that the Bible really does say that the curse causeless shall not come. When did the depression start? Remember that the cause starts at the beginning and the effect in the end. What was happening in that person's life during that time? What are they thinking? And this story is so specific, person to person, very unique. People have stories from their trauma, emotions, what their stories in their past, their relationships, as well as the effect, which is the addiction. Actually, a person's lifestyle is an effect of what they believe. And it will be helped by lifestyle. Like if a person eats high tyrosine food, they can be able to reduce their meds, but not entirely stop. This is what I think is lacking, because we don't go back to when the depression started and what is the person continuing to experience. And most people are still experiencing what happened 20 years ago. What happened to them in the past is still so present in their body and in their mind that it's affecting their thoughts. So here's a quote. In the case of illness, the cause should be ascertained. That's the cause. And healthful conditions should be changed and wrong habits corrected. But usually I've just applied this to wrong habits of to the physical body, how much water is eaten, how much water is drank and how much food is eaten. But we have habits of thought. We have lies that we have believed that causes all of our reactions. We have wrong foundational principles that are keeping us very sick. Okay, I did mention that because I have stories of I can lower the person's medication, like blood pressure medication, we will be successful until the next stressful event. something happened in the family, or they got, like, I have a person with normal blood pressure and she's elderly. Her blood pressure is usually 110/70. She's about late 80s. And all of a sudden the physical therapist called me. Her blood pressure was 180 over very high. And I'm like, what's going on? So I invited her in. I said, what's going on? Did you change the way you eat? What did you do? And you know what just was what was happening in her life is she was worried that she will have a big bill from her taxes and she doesn't know where to get $15,000. And that very thought and worry have pushed her blood pressure high, and we had to work on it for about 3 weeks just to lower the blood pressure.
Oh, never mind.
That, that's because the speed of impulse is 268 from thought to body. Thought to body. And you know what? She prayed, and it was a wrong computation on her end. She actually got a refund even. So she said, I worried for nothing. So worry is huge. Another one is a story of how fast transmission is. As soon as you think and as soon as you get scared, what happens to your heart rate? Goes up quickly. Your body tightens, your muscle tightens, your jaw clenches. There is no waiting when it comes to mind and body reaction. I have another patient. She's in her 40s. She has a CGM, a continuous glucose monitor, and she was taking care of her mom on hospice. She knew she was dying. She thought she was prepared. So she was checking her sugar. It was in her 80s, and then she got the call. I mean, the sugar was in the 80s. She got the call, her mom has passed away, and immediately her sugar went to 300 plus. So I think we have to really deal with the control tower of the human being. What we think, what we believe, where is our faith? What do we think will cause this problem? What will resolve the issue? So my medical practice has progressed from just prescription meds, click, 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 refill, 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 to lifestyle medication. And now on top of that is understanding the thoughts. And it's so fulfilling. It's very fulfilling. I think opportunities of sitting down with patients and seeing the light bulb in their eyes, and actually they are now geared with the right tools to face life because they have the truth, right? Now, a healthy mind needs a healthy brain. So all the healthy lifestyle is important in order to support a healthy mind. So I did share with you those testimonies. I guess the last one for a minute would be, I have a patient that I've been working with her to reduce her meds, and she's been all over. She's gone through so many things, test here, until she's convinced that the problem is what she's thinking and her that is showing in her relationships. We will not be having a lot of headway because we've been doing this for years. But I cannot force that belief. They have to come understanding that and accepting that. Okay. All right. So today we talked about drugs do not cure disease. The cause of the disease should be ascertained, and it comes at the front because the disease is the effect. Don't forget, do not just abruptly stop your beta blocker. Very important. And then adjustment on the insulin. Cholesterol is a part of your body. It is not the enemy. And psychiatric medications, unless the belief system, what you believe, is not checked, it's going to be very challenging to adjust medications. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arvi. That was a very, very informative presentation. And I agree with you. The psych medications, those are very difficult. I've had patients who have tried and they had to go back on it. Perhaps I can refer them to you. The next presentation, the next section, the next topic is on breath, structure, and movement. And I'm going to be presenting now. I'll introduce myself. I'm a holistic airway sleep TMJ dentist based in San Francisco, California. I am also the director of Revive Ministries. This health fair is being hosted by Revive Ministries, so that is basically me and my ministry. I founded this ministry during the pandemic after witnessing the huge need to help people learn how to become healthy and resilient against pathogens such as the COVID virus. In the clinic, lifestyle remedies and herbal remedies are provided. That's what I do. I provide it to my patients to help bring real healing versus just band-aids for their dental problems and airway problems. Airway dentistry might be a little new to everybody, but it promotes healing through cooperating with nature. Everything we've been talking about today, is in line with what airway dentistry does as well. And although it may be a field having its foundation with actually evolutionary researchers and practitioners, I actually saw, as a Christian practitioner, the Creator God's original plan for us through this field. And the method to get closer to that original plan of God for us is actually in cooperation with God's design, in line with nature's laws. And I found that about airway dentistry, so I'm very passionate about it. I believe it's my calling as a dentist to be in this field and to help people to be able to breathe better with non-invasive, natural methods, trying to encourage the body to do what it was originally meant to do better, which is breathe and be healthy. And so I am going to go ahead and start sharing my presentation. Were you able to see the presentation? Somebody other than
Yes,
myself can
yes.
verify for me. Thank you so much. All right, so my topic is on, I'm just going to have to move a few screens out of the way since I'm the host. I have so many applications open right now. All right, healthy airway development is what I'm going to present on today. I'm going to try to go through this as fast as I could because we are just a little bit over time. And we want to talk about building that foundation for not just short-term, but lifelong health. I am going to, it's not progressing. Yeah. All right. Is everybody seeing just one slide or are you seeing two slides?
Just one slide.
Okay, perfect. So the healthy airway development, I'm going to go into how the Bible and science are actually speaking in agreement. And I'm going to delve straight into one of the first chapters in the book, the Bible, called Genesis, chapter 2, verse 7. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And only then did man become a living soul. So the breath that God breathed into man, according to my faith, is what made us a living soul. And let's see what research says. Okay, science also says that oxygen is required to sustain life. In 4 to 6 minutes, you can irreversibly damage the brain if you don't breathe. And if that prolongs, then you can die. And these are all the research papers, and there's many more, of course, that shows that. And by a common sense, we all know that that is the truth. You can, choke to death, without being able to breathe. Now I'm going to go into the cell level of research. Oxygen is required for our cells' mitochondria to make ATP. ATP is the energy carrier in all of the cells in our body. So without oxygen, our body can't make ATP. And without ATP, our bodies may not have energy. So the way that happens is the mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of the cell, goes through oxidative phosphorylation. And notice the word itself contains the root word for oxygen. So oxidative phosphorylation is when oxygen is used. It forms ATP. ATP goes through another process called hydrolysis, and then it produces energy for all of our cells. And that energy is what allows for things like muscle contractions. When we're trying to bite off an apple and chew on it, our jaw muscles need to contract and move. Without ATP, that cannot happen. So therefore, without oxygen, that can't happen. So every breath that we take gives us oxygen, and that gives us ATP. That gives the cells energy. and that gives us life. If there's no breath, no oxygen, no ATP, cell death occurs, and if there's enough cell death, we can die. Now let's look, so science, oxygen is required to sustain life, is what science says. And the Bible is very clear that it was the breath of life that God put into our bodies through our nostrils that made us a living soul. They are absolutely in agreement. Every breath is fuel for life. So our breath is extremely important. It's not just food, not just we need to be able to breathe healthfully in order for us to live. So breathing well is very important for us to have well-being. This is why at my sleep clinic called Revive Sleep Studio, our motto is breathe, sleep, and be revived. Because if you're able to breathe properly, if you were not able to, that is what is going to revive you. Now, are we breathing well then? Is everybody breathing well? We might think that we are, but let's see if we're actually breathing well. Clinical evidence actually shows that children and adults may not be reaching their breathing airway potential. So, contrary to what many of us might think, we are actually not breathing as well as God originally intended us to breathe when He first created us. Growing babies and children need to breathe well in order to develop. Healthy breathing is necessary to have healthy childhood development. So if you have children, or if you were once a child, all of us were, without proper breathing, our development can be affected in a bad way. So like growth, physical growth, development, cardiovascular, respiratory development, cognitive learning, development, mental behavioral development, metabolic, even the gut microbiome development, respiratory development, musculoskeletal development, immune speech development, and last but not least, craniofacial, airway, oral, dental development. That is my direct field. All of this to develop normally and healthfully, we need good breathing. Every breath is fuel for life. A growing child requires continuous ATP production. ATP, that energy source for our cells, due to additional energy requirements. Everybody knows growing children needs extra nourishment, extra this and that, but we oftentimes, actually, we might not even realize that they really need to breathe well. We need that extra nourishment, we need that extra oxygen, extra ATP in order to develop. So, we just mentioned that clinical evidence show that we're not breathing properly. We're not breathing to our maximum potential. And in 2016, the slide is a little broken here, but in 2016, the American Academy of Pediatrics adopted a policy that says that it's encouraging all healthcare professionals to routinely screen their patients for increased risk of OSA. Routinely, meaning all the time, not just once in a while, once a year, but everybody should be constantly being checked for sleep disorder breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea is what OSA is. Obstructive sleep apnea is when you're sleeping and your airway is blocked and you literally stop breathing. And you have many episodes of this throughout the night. And that's obstructive sleep apnea. And, the AAPD said we need to check our children for this because this is happening to our children. And they adopted a policy where we're now routinely having to do this because it's that big of a problem. Why? Because the breathing, the OSA, is associated with cardiovascular complications and impaired growth, including failure to thrive and learning problems and behavioral problems. So I put a little photo of a child that's choking on an apple. Of course, this is not obstructive sleep apnea, but the food particle is choking this child and they can't breathe. Their face is turning color. But imagine this is happening to your children and yourself, because adults have this too, while they're sleeping multiple times throughout the night. And they don't even have a piece of apple in their throat. It's just their own throat. Things of their own body structures that are blocking the airway, and they're choking. And so this is a big enough issue that this is now standard of care The revision was done in 2026. So let's look at some other research studies. Journal of Family Medicine and Primary Care is talking about orthodontic patients. Orthodontic patients are, patients who are going in for braces and things like that to the dental clinic. 47.7%, okay, almost 50% of the ortho patients are deemed to have high risk of developing sleep disorder breathing, okay? So if any of you are thinking, oh, my child might need braces, you might want to get checked for sleep disorder breathing, obstructive sleep apnea. Another study, European Journal of Orthodontics, 34.3%. Okay, so different studies are going to have different statistics, but it's actually not a small number. It's not like 2%, 1%. This is actually a pretty high number of orthodontic patients who are, and keep in mind here, we're talking about high risk of sleep disorder breathing. We're not talking about sort of at risk. We're talking about patients who are at high risk. So the percentage would be much higher if they were at like moderate to low risk, right? But the risk is there. And these are recent studies, 2021, 2024. Let me advance my slide. Okay, 2026 Journal of Clinical Medicine is also noting orthodontic patients have a very high prevalence of sleep disorder breathing risk due to their malocclusion, oral breathing patterns like mouth breathing, and craniofacial risk markers, meaning if your jaws are not developed properly, if it's underdeveloped, developed abnormally, then we call that, craniofacial risk markers, craniofacial, disorders. And malocclusion is when your teeth are crooked or, the bite is just off. And that is going to come along together with craniofacial, development problems. If your jaw is developed improperly, then your teeth are not going to come in properly. And that could also be comorbid with mouth breathing. Now, American Journal of Orthodontics and Dentofacial Orthopedics also is noting this is early, 2013, statistical support for an association between craniofacial disharmony, what I just explained, and pediatric sleep disordered breathing. So if we're having underdeveloped jaws and malocclusion, our child might be suffering and they might be having problems developing. There is strong support for reduced upper airway width in children with obstructive sleep apnea. Another one, meaning like if your upper jaw, your palate is very narrow, then that's going to be associated with OSA, childhood OSA. And children of normal now actually, and we're going over, so far it was like, medical journal, dental journals. And this is actually an article that was written by orthodontist, dentist, in collaboration together with actually biologists, evolutionary biologists. So we're actually going to look at what even the evolutionary researchers are talking about. Everybody is just observing what's going on and they're, presenting these articles and research. So let's take a look, okay? In children of normal weight, so if you're not overweight, if you're not, overweight, obstructive sleep apnea is a disorder of the orofacial growth. A lot of people think that OSA, snoring, stopping breathing, gasping, all of that has to do with you having a lot of weight. But contrary to that, there's a lot of people with OSA who are very thin. And a lot of people who are thin may actually have underdeveloped body structures like the jaw and the airway. So this study is deeming the OSA in relation to the disorder of the orofacial growth. And just in dental clinical practice, malocclusion too is jaws that kind of look like this, where your upper jaw, it looks as if it's bigger and the lower jaw looks as if it's much smaller. In this case, the upper jaw is actually small too, but in comparison to each other, it looks like the bottom jaw is a lot smaller. Tends to show more association with that obstructive, not being able to breathe from obstruction. Malocclusion 3 is where that lower jaw looks a lot bigger than the upper. Oftentimes this is associated a lot more actually, with mouth breathing, chronically having your mouth open and breathing through the mouth all the time. And this is related to narrowed airways and weak chewing muscles. So in this case too, the airway is narrow, but now we're starting to look at musculature. So if your chewing muscles are weak, then you might end up having this problem. Okay, so keep that in mind. We're not just talking about, the way the airway looks, but now we're talking about something that's related to function. So what are the causes and consequences of the growing prevalence of crooked teeth? Okay, surprisingly, jaw shrinkage. Remember, this is sort of the evolutionary researchers, and a lot of this is related to anthropology research as well. Surprisingly, jaw shrinkage since the agricultural revolution, so, the modern ways of living, leading to an epidemic of crooked teeth. So they're finding that this whole crooked teeth problem is actually an epidemic. A lack is not just an aesthetic problem, this is actually a health problem. A lack of adequate space for even the wisdom teeth. So a normal, healthy jaw is actually, according to God's design, is supposed to, and anthropology agrees, is supposed to have enough room for even your wisdom teeth to come in nice and straight and be useful and be functional. So that's what that's talking about. And constricted airways, airways being is too small, it's hard to breathe through it, is a major cause of sleep-related stress. So there's a lot of stress in modern society, and we're going to look at it probably in the next slide too. But then there's stress when you can't sleep properly and when you can't breathe properly, and it's related to all of the above that is just kind of bold printed here in this slide. The smaller jaws and less toned muscles. Again, now we're talking about function too. Less toned muscles of the face and oropharynx. Oropharynx is like when the back of the throat down the neck. That's the oropharynx. Okay, that area, the muscles are not very well toned, and that is coexisting with smaller jaws, crooked teeth, constricted airways. This is giving people stress during their sleep. And sleep is supposed to be the time when we're supposed to rest and be restored. But we're stressed all night long, is what this is saying. Stress, including the disruption of traditional sleep patterns by modern lifestyle, plays a prominent role in the etiology of these diseases. So the diseases that actually should not have eliminated that slide, but due to time I eliminated it. But the diseases that it's talking about actually is the disease of civilization is what this article calls it. It's cardiovascular disease, things like ADHD, and et cetera, and also dementia. So these diseases are being pinpointed out as having its origins in, or it's being heavily caused by obstructive sleep apnea and the stress that comes from it during your sleep, alongside all the other stresses that comes with modern lifestyle. So jaw shrinkage and low muscle tone causes crooked teeth and smaller airways, and that causes obstructed breathing during sleep. We call that OSA, and that causes sleep stress, and that causes the disease of civilization. I actually did not eliminate that slide. It's right here. Multiple chronic diseases of civilization, such as cardiovascular problems, cancers, I didn't mention that, ADHD and dementias are prevalent. And these diseases are really spiking up the morbidity rates. That means the disease rate in society is going up because these things are becoming very prevalent. And we are finding that it has a lot to do with the jaw shrinkage, low muscle tone, crooked teeth, et cetera, leading to all that stress. And this research actually is pointing at, therefore, the unprecedented lifestyle. This is talking about that modern, the first world lifestyle, basically, that we all have. Among many other things, that lifestyle has dramatically changed the environments in which human beings develop and has led to serious health problems, including the largely hidden ones connected with human jaws. And I absolutely agree. God actually originally put human beings in the Garden of Eden with this amazing, perfect environment with everything that we needed for our bodies to be able to thrive, our mental, emotional health, our spiritual health to be amazing. But that has definitely dramatically changed over many years, but very, very dramatically, actually, in the recent years due to modernization. So specifically, let's look at what changed in the lifestyle and the environment. I tried to summarize this into a few bullet points, but it basically boils down to less nourishing foods. Our foods are depleted of nutrition. Toxic or non-foods. We talked a lot about processed foods and things like that. Those things really shouldn't be foods. We shouldn't be consuming it. And there's glyphosate and all kinds of things in our foods. Less natural and nourishing environment. Everyone is sitting in a building these days. We're not out in nature, getting rejuvenated and recharged by, the ionized air and the sunlight and all of those things. And then the environment is also toxic. We know about all kinds of pollution. And there's also and I'm just really touching on the highlights right now, but there's also less mechanical load and stimulation. And this is the area that most people don't realize that I wanted to touch on today a little bit more. So it's that less mechanical load and stimulation. Our research papers just now started to allude to and mention muscle function, right? So I'm gonna go over that right now. Pardon me. So our next slide, I'm going to introduce Julius Wolff is a German anatomist and a surgeon who in 1892 described how, increases in loading of your bone tissue. So if you're increasing load on your bone, then it generates more new bone. But if you decrease the mechanical loading on it, then, it goes through a process called resorption. We kind of like lose, healthy bone cells. And, we call that Wolff's Law. A lot of you may have heard about that. And at the bottom, I'm just kind of letting you guys know where you can find this information. And the slide is a little off-centered, but in 1987, a little bit, more modern era, Dr. Harold Frost is an orthopedic surgeon. Presented the mechanostat theory. It's very similar. It just became a little bit more, sophisticated, but bone strengthens under overload or weakens during disuse. So it's kind of saying similar things and therefore adapting its mass, not based on predetermined genetic blueprint. And this part is what we didn't have in Wolff's Law, is that it's not a genetic thing that gets passed down, but it has a lot to do with mechanical rules. So it's not the genetics, the blueprint, but it's epigenetics. It's our lifestyle. It's the things that we do, the things that we choose that is going to affect the bone strength or weakness. And this concept right now is the foundational concept in orthopedics, bone biology, and modern pediatric exercise research. And more modern research shows, even more details that are coming out about how this, actually works. Mechanical stimulation of stress of various kinds, so not just loading, but shear, pulling, tension, all of those things, causes a process called osteogenesis, which is the formation and development of bone. So a number of experimental studies have investigated osteogenic bone forming effects under mechanical stress. So this mechanical stress stimulation loading is what we need, what our bodies need for bone to develop and become stronger. So for the jawbone also, okay, we're talking about the jaw and the airway. For the jawbone and airway airway bone structure to develop well, it needs mechanical stress. Okay, we need that in our jawbone. So where does mechanical stimulation for the jaw and airway come from? It comes from natural resistance training. Everybody knows what resistance training is. We can't just do cardio. We got to do that resistance training for our bones and joints to be healthy. For the growing orofacial complex is literally, it's direct breastfeeding. Okay, this is literally God's original design for how our child is supposed to feed as soon as they're born. Is, latch onto mom's breast, and that trains their suck, swallow, breathe mechanics. Okay, direct breastfeeding isn't just feeding them breast milk, and we all know breast milk is very, very healthy for us. It actually causes them to develop, they're using their oral muscles and they're training how to swallow normally and they're training how to breathe normally because when the baby is attached to the breast, they can only breathe through their nose, right? So nasal breathing gets trained. And their oral muscles, their lips become stronger, and their jaw is moving back and forth. So their jaw is also getting movement. And the tongue posture. So the tongue is actually supposed to be up against your upper palate, but a lot of our tongues are actually in between teeth. We're sitting low on the lower jaw. So that actually stimulates the upper jaw to grow. And as the upper jaw grows, the lower jaw grows together. So the upper jaw is kind of like the big brother, and the lower jaw kind of follows. And this actually, this tongue is actually one of our major breathing organs. So when it is doing its job and it's being up in the palate, then it actually helps us to get a lot larger volume of oxygen intake. So if everybody wants to try that right now, your breathing is much more effective and efficient when the tongue is up in the palate and your lips are sealed and your jaw is slightly loosely, resting without clenching on its own teeth. This enables maximum breath intake and also output. Output needs to be through the nose as well. And so the tongue is extremely important for our breathing. Now, more natural resistance training is nasal breathing. So all of the things that we just talked about just now is going to promote nasal breathing. We get maximum oxygenation of the body. When we breathe through our nose in cooperation with the tongue, then our diaphragm engages, so our full lung is able to be able to be used. When we're mouth breathing, actually, we can't use our full lung, so we're not getting maximum oxygen intake. And nasal breathing also promotes normal tongue posture, and it tones the nasal breathing muscles, all the muscles that need to activate and stretch, and all of that during that one breath gets toned, including the diaphragm. The next natural resistance training is the lip seal. The breastfeeding already prompts the growing child to have good lip strength, and it promotes nasal breathing. They're all working in harmony with each other. It helps maintain tongue posture, creates a balance and muscle forces with cheeks and tongue, and supports normal swallowing. Yeah, normal swallowing is very, very important. And after that, you are going to grow a little bit older, and you're going to start to chew whole foods, okay? Not mashed foods that have been processed, not Gerber. We don't want to be slurping. I know a lot of people think that children can't, or babies cannot chew, but if they have been breastfed fully, then all their musculature and their jaw structure is fully ready for proper hard food chewing. And whole foods are going to give feedback to the brain when it goes into your mouth, and all of your sensory receptors are feeling that whole piece of whole food. Your brain is going to say, okay, start to chew, and it's going to activate that motor function in your chewing complex. But if you have liquids only, or smoothies, or mashed baby food, the baby will just slurp. And a lot of parafunctional habits will develop, and it will impair their development, therefore, as well, because all of those muscles need to behave a certain way in order for it to guide the growth of the jaw and the airway. So it is extremely important that we allow our children to chew, and for that, a whole food diet for our children is going to be extremely important. Now, there are many things that affects the jaw growth, things like nutrition, and I'm not going to go into that because this is the part that is just not very well known to people, and it's extremely crucial and essential. Things opposite of what I just mentioned are going to be things that lessen mechanical load. So bottle feeding is going to be much less. The milk will just gush out. So they don't have to really try. The babies don't have to try to get their food. Mashed baby food, I just mentioned, soft, highly processed foods. And soft, highly processed foods are also deficient in nutrition. Persistent mouth breathing, and these are kind of like the consequences of the first three. Low tongue resting posture, also a consequence, but that will continue to propagate less mechanical load and less jaw development. And bad oral habits like thumb sucking and pacifier. Thumb sucking, for example, if you put the tongue up against your palate and suck on it, that gives the baby the satisfactory feeling. that they're actually supposed to get from the tongue being up in that position. So, it's a lot. Um, Now, chronic nasal obstruction is actually unfortunately going to cause the babies to mouth breathe. And so the tongue's going to be in a lower posture. It's going to impair the function of the tongue. It's going to decrease the jaw development. And unfortunately, a lot of our children are now being born with tongue ties and lip ties and cheek ties too. And this actually makes it very difficult to breastfeed because their oral structures are now tied and restricted, so they can't do that full range of motion that they need to. And that will cause all of the above that I just mentioned. So it is important in certain cases for that to be released with, for example, an airway dentist like myself. So, this is sort of a summary, but there's some scientific, wording here, but it basically is showing that mechanical loading is going to go through all this biochemical signaling, and it's going to help our genes become expressed better. It's not going to change the genes, but it's going to allow our genes to be expressed better by better craniofacial growth. Notice you could have diminished craniofacial growth, the jaws and the airways, but it's because the gene that you already have is not expressed well. So doing all of the above, that what I just talked about is going to help that express better. It's going to do more osteogenesis, bone remodeling, and it's going to help to develop that jaw and airway better. And therefore, our children will be able to breathe better and develop and thrive. So breathing well is what is going to give us well-being through this process of oxidative phosphorylation. And we know that that is how God intended for us to live, is through nostril breathing. It's written in the Bible that God breathed the breath of life not into the mouth, but into the nostrils, which is talked about not just breathing, but breathing correctly through the nostrils. And that is how we became a living soul. And science, modern science is in agreement with this health principle in scripture that I firmly believe in. And even the evolutionary researchers are in agreement with what scripture is saying about what gives us life and how we are supposed to obtain that through healthy nasal breathing. So, God's original design is amazing because it's actually a very anti-inflammatory lifestyle. Okay, he put us in, well, at the time I wasn't born, but Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. It was the most nourishing and non-toxic environment. Adam and Eve was given the job of a garden keeper, and both, all the plant life and the animal life. And, they therefore lived a lifestyle of movement. They were not sedentary. They were using their musculature, and that muscle function was stimulating their bone growth and their jaw growth. And they had healthy bodies and breathing because of that. Well, that's how God originally intended for them to be. And they also had an amazing diet of non-processed, nutritious, plant-based whole foods in the healthiest environment ever. And their environment had no danger, no fear, no death, and no stress. And we, from the very beginning of the health fair, we talked about how that the mind has so much to do with our health, and that is God's original design. He put everything there for the human body, for the human mind, body, spirit to be able to thrive. And we might think right now, oh, we don't have that. Oh, we're doomed. What do we do? But, that's not true. That is why we're having this health message, because all of us presenters here want to let society, the community, the globe know that we can live by God's original design as close as possible by doing things that are sort of comparative to what Adam and Eve was doing in the Garden of Eden before they sinned. We can also live that anti-inflammatory lifestyle. We had a whole slew of lectures today, but one of the first things is think about country living. Most of our presenters, if not all, are doing some form of country living, and we have our own garden and all that. we're trying to be in that nourishing, healthy, restoring, recharging environment as close as possible to the nature that God designed for us to help us thrive. So we can do country living even in this world that has been corrupted and still be much healthier than, living in the concrete jungle where we're far apart from nature. And we can also be a garden keeper. There's many ways to not have a sedentary lifestyle. But, gardening is extremely nourishing to the mind, body, spirit. And I also have a garden myself. And, we can live that lifestyle of movement, including also exercise too, as much as we can in this modern era. And we can try our best to have nourishing, non-toxic environment by also living in the country as much as we can, or doing things, eliminating things in our households that are putting toxins in our bodies. So also we can have that diet of non-processed, nutritious, plant-based whole foods. You may have heard many of our presenters are actually on this type of diet, including myself. I do my best. It's not perfect all the time, but our diet is way better than majority of Americans, if we must say, because we make the effort to do that. And right now we're doing this health fair to give everybody the access to have that knowledge to be able to do a plant-based lifestyle and diet better. So again, get in touch with the ministries and presenters later on. And we actually can create an environment for ourselves, okay? We might think, oh, in this earth, there's no way we can have no danger, no fear, no death, no stress. Of course, we all look forward to one day, we may pass away. But in our faith, we have that hope that Jesus will come back and we will be able to experience eternal life. But how do we create this environment for ourselves in this world where there is crime and there is negativity and there is all of these things? It's by our faith in God. It's by our trust in God. And it's by living by the health principles in the Bible, such as not just all the physical things, but such as praise God all the time and all we do, and thank God in everything we do. Research shows that if you do these things, it blows away the fear in your brain, and it boosts your immune system, and it gives you longevity. The Blue Zone in America, Loma Linda, city of Loma Linda in California, the people there are from our faith and they live by these principles and they have achieved longevity. And they're one of the 5 blue zones in the world. And so that is how we achieve this no danger, no fear, and not afraid of death and no stress type of living. By staying close to God, we pray and we meditate and we lay it all down and give it all to Him and allow Him to take care of us. So, when a child's developing 0 to 8, that's the formative years. We want to make sure that our children are being given what they need for them to be able to develop well. And we have another book called Christian Education. And I just wanted to read what's written there as I close my presentation. In order for children and youth to have health, happiness, vivacity, and a well-developed muscle and brain, they should be much in the open air. There should be rules regulating their studies to certain hours, and then a portion of their time should be spent in physical labor, some physical activity. And if their habits of eating, dressing, and sleeping were in accordance with physical law, the laws of nature that God has originally designed for us, they could obtain an education without sacrificing physical and mental health. And so that is it. Revive Sleep Studio. This is what I implement in all of my practice as an airway dentist and helping my patients be able to breathe better through the different modalities of airway dentistry. And I will share this one more time. If you want to get in touch with me in any way, you can go to revivedental.life or reviveministries.life. They will both lead you to some form of some way to be able to contact me. revivedental.life, reviveministries.life. I have multiple websites for the holistic dentistry, for my sleep clinic, and for my ministry. And so both of these landing pages will lead you to those websites. Thank you very much. And I'm going to go straight into, first let me stop share, into introducing our next presenter, which is Sister Linda Clark again. She is a certified, massage therapist. I introduced her. She is the director of her lifestyle center, and she helps many, many sick people have that powerful testimony. And I've asked her, because my section is about, movement and, muscle and all of that, I've asked her to share, another aspect of being able to get that blood circulating. And so she's going to talk about therapeutic body work.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I've really been enjoying myself listening to all the wonderful presentations. I hope everybody else is enjoying them too. When it comes to massage, most of the time people are going to come see me regarding pain. So the benefits of massage is as you already mentioned, Dr. Hen, that it boosts blood flow and it relieves muscle tension and pain. It speeds up recovery and improves joint movement. It eases dependence, medication dependence, which I think that's very beneficial. Improves blood flow, and also Dr. Hean, is that TMJ is also a huge thing. You working out the tension in the jaw, sports injuries, nerve pain, digestive issues. Can you make that smaller so I know what's next? Lower cortisol levels, hands-on touch. Okay, so the hands-on touch actually interacts directly with directly with your brain and nervous system, and it lowers your fight or flight stress response while boosting dopamine and serotonin. So that is a benefit that you really need whether it's your husband working on you, your wife working on you. It's very important to get that hands-on that helps that dopamine to your brain. But I want to dovetail, I would like to dovetail this in with pain because there are, I know I have a short amount of time, so I'm going to move quickly, but there are a lot of things that we can do about pain and not just a massage. Matter of fact, one of the things I notice is that in a bad economy is a massage therapist does not get as many clients as they would like. And so, what do you do when you are not able to afford to go to see a massage therapist? There are things that you can do. One is you can own your own massager, keep it in your home, and there's a lot of things you can do. I keep this long massager that's got a long handle, and sometimes I'll put it at my back, and it does just as good in some examples as a massage therapist. So making sure that when you're stressed out, it's good for stress. So certainly use a massager also for your own personal massage, and use it frequently because I can't tell you how often I use mine. And it's just very relaxing. If I have a tummy ache, I'll put it on my stomach. If I have a headache, I'll put it on my head. So there are a lot of things you can do by just purchasing your own massager, your own personal massager. Also, other pain remedies, you want to make sure you got enough magnesium in your life, and also start taking baths. We're not doing the baths that we used to take, and Epsom salts and magnesium chloride are very powerful in the bath. So sometimes people need that internal supplementation and also supplement on the outside with Epsom salts or magnesium chloride. Number 2 is hot and cold showers also bring circulation. We want to get that circulation going. And so after a good massage, a cold shower at nighttime will really seal the deal, and it brings healing to the area. And we talked earlier about all the benefits of juicing, but did you know that juicing can eliminate 50% of your body's inflammation in just 1 week? And you know that inflammation and pain are symbiotic. If you have one, you're going to have the other. So raw food and juicing, very powerful for just pulling out that inflammation. I just happened to put this here. 2 apples a day provides the same amount of inflammation control as 10 to 15 milligrams of steroids. So I recommend a lot of times is try eating slices of garlic with slices of apple. If you have to have something in the evening to eat, try eating slices of garlic with slices of apple. Garlic is very anti-inflammatory in the body. And then alkaline foods like turmeric, 1 teaspoon 2 times a day of the powder is very powerful. And then smoothies also are anti-inflammatory. Number 4, ginger is really good for pain in the joints, along with charcoal. These would be poultices that you can put on the outside. Internally, ginger and turmeric combined is a powerful remedy for pain and inflammation. Now, I can tell you that I used ginger and potato as a poultice on my kidneys during COVID. I had COVID and very bad. They settled in my kidneys, and so when the pain was there, I put a poultice of ginger and potato on, and within just an hour or so, the pain was almost completely gone. So ginger is very powerful for pain, whether you use it in your knee or use it over your kidneys. I've used it extensively for helping people with gallbladder and liver pain. I knew this one man. I know I've got to hurry here. So I know this one man. His wife called me up, and he had just been diagnosed with a gangrenous gallbladder, and he told the doctor that he was going to go home and talk to an herbalist. And I thought, oh my goodness, I'm the herbalist. I've never helped anybody with a gangrenous gallbladder. But I told them to go to the health food store, get every bottle of liquid echinacea they could find. Also get a potato and ginger, come home and grate it and put it in a poultice and put it over the liver. And plenty of garlic to take by mouth. Garlic is a broad spectrum antibiotic. And so they put all this together until I could get some things from me. And guess what? He saved his gallbladder. He's still here today, and he still has his gallbladder. So potato poultice is really good, and ginger used together. Typically, potato is good for pain in the tissues. Garlic also is an anti-inflammatory and a broad-spectrum antibiotic, as I already mentioned. When people have cancer, I know at the Hippocrates Health Institute, they take up to 20 cloves a day to help people get well. Change in diet and lifestyle, eating an anti-inflammatory diet. Fever baths, a good bath in general. People stop taking baths, and as they do that, a lot of poisons can come out through the skin. Even when you're not on a cleanse, it opens that skin up, and we can get rid of 30% of our body's toxins just through our skin. And then we mentioned also Paul Kuchikov with leukocytosis, the inflammatory response. Keep pushing that raw envelope in your own personal life, and it will pay you back many times over. Detoxing the liver, and I mentioned stretching is very powerful for the liver. Everybody's talking about the liver, which is wonderful because it stores so much of our pain. It stores so much of our toxins, and so we got to get that liver cleaned out and activated. So detoxing the liver, and you can't do it overnight. You have to do it in stages and keep on cleansing it. My husband and I did liver flushing and liver cleansing extensively when I had the lump in my breast. So definitely, someone had mentioned that they want a flush, a recipe. If someone does and doesn't come up with it, let me know. I'm happy to come up with a liver flush for you. So a professional massage or home massager, as I already mentioned, that will turn things around in your life if you get a massager. So, and then also, how much water are you drinking? Ideally, drink half your weight in ounces every day. So if you're drinking herbal teas, you can count that as part of your water, but drinking half your weight in ounces every day, very powerful. And so I know everybody's tired. I'm going to let the next people go, but I hope that will help each person.
Thank you so much, Sister Linda, again. And I'm going to introduce right away Brother Edwin Chung. Brother Edwin Chung is the founder of Humble Herbals, humbleherbals.co, an online herbal store that makes available non-alcoholic tinctures and supplements. With a passion of holistic health and a heart for service, he combines centuries-old herbal remedies with biblical principles to support others on their journey to wellness. Beyond his business, Edwin is deeply involved in community outreach, facilitating autoimmune recovery program workshops, supporting local ministries and volunteering the service projects that uplift and empower others. His mission is simple: to show the love of Jesus to others. Brother Edwin, please have the spotlight.
Yes, so you can see my slide there.
Yes, I wanted to mention that Brother Edwin is going to go over plant-based muscle maintenance. He has his own testimony on how he went through a journey about that on a plant-based diet, and he's also going to go over natural whole supplementation for things like insomnia.
So you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay, great. All right, so I'm gonna go to muscle maintenance. So the reason why I have a testimony on this is you're gonna find out later. So uh I am 5'8", and for most of my adult life, I have been around like 128 pounds of weight. So I became a vegetarian when I was 17, and I fully went vegan lifestyle at the age of 30. So with vegan, I would also do no corn and no soy. And uh, I could almost eat anything that I wanted, plant-based, and not gaining weight. In fact, I have a hard time gaining weight and muscle mass. Some people think it would be a blessing, but for me, I would like to, you know, be more to gain my weight easier. So then, at the age of 40, I went total whole food plant-based and elimination diet. And so, with the diet, I eliminated wheat uh, and free fats. During this period, I unintentionally lost over 10 pounds, so reaching about 118 pounds. So with my height, um, and as a male, this is I'm in the underweight range. And during this time, I have learned the principle of eating simple and clean. And the benefit of eating this way is that I have no chronic inflammation. But however, I felt weak for functionality, and I easily tired out. I'm also a trades person. I'm an electrician by trade, and so it does require uh, a lot out of me physically. So I realized that simply eating simple and clean wasn't enough to support my body's needs. So then, uh, what did I do to fix that? Okay, so the turning point uh, came when I started tracking my calories and my macronutrients. So before tracking, I assumed that I was eating enough, and but the numbers told me very different. So it told me a different story. So I discovered that I wasn't consuming enough calories, and I was also fall short fall shorting on my protein. So my meal were filling, so I would eat uh to till satisfaction. but they are often made out of food that were low in calories and protein. So I found out that I was eating about 60 grams of protein at that time. So really tracking my intake wasn't really about obsessiveness. It was about gathering information. So it helped me understand where the gaps were, and it gives me a clear plan for improving my nutrition. So so I was using Fit my Fitness Pal macros macro tracker. So it with the foods that I inputted, it told me I was eating around 60 grams of protein at that time. So 60 gram of protein at around 120 pounds of body weight. So my body, uh, so the body is amazing. So your body shapes according to how much you eat. So I was eating 60 grams. So the results is, underweight, like 120 pounds approximately. Um, and so uh, what I did with this information is that I start looking for food that are higher in caloric intake and also higher in protein. And so I increase with my protein intake to around 100 to 120 grams to maintain 150 pounds. So right now, I'm 150 pounds. So for a 5'8" uh, male, it's I would say it's pretty a good healthy range. Um, so I was doing more beans, legumes, in a pack form. So it can be in a paste or patties. So for example, of a paste, it can be homemade hummus uh, and things like that, right? Hummus, homemade like baked falafels, things like that. And I do include uh, nuts and seed milks, seed butters, avocado, olives, and coconut. And I also did more complex carbohydrate, so quinoa pasta. So the quinoa pasta can pack a lot of protein in there as well, instead of the loose ones. And one thing I also did was I I started on concentrated protein powder. So it's a very clean protein powder. It's just one ingredient. It's pumpkin seeds. So this is not isolate. This is just concentrated. So the difference between concentrate and isolate is that isolate, it does give inflammatory markers. You do not want to go for isolate. Mhm. But I also would like to say that, it's not just about nutrition. Nutrition is only half of the equation. I also restarted resistant training, a very consistent period. And because I know that simple eating, like just simply eating, does not automatically build muscles. So the body needs a reason uh, to keep it growing, and so resistant training provides that stimulus, um, and challenging my muscles and signaling my body to adapt to become stronger. So right now, I this is the amount that I would eat. So 700 calories, with 120 grams of protein and 60 grams of fat. So fat is just from whole foods, non-free fats. Um, this is. All right. So then I would also would like to conclude this part is that as I consistently meet my caloric and protein target, so I gradually regain the weight that I have lost. And and the best thing is that I was able to build muscle, recover better from workouts, and also uh, right now I'm stronger overall. I remember that when I was underweight. Whenever I kneel for a long time, I get tired easily. But right now, I can kneel for a very long period of time and not getting tired because my back muscles has been strengthened and my core has been strengthened. And uh, so performing a functional position like that, like kneeling and meditating in prayer, it does help, right? I don't need a prop. I don't need to lean over something so that I don't get tired. So I just want to say that, the biggest takeaway is that the plant-based diet is absolutely can support muscle maintenance and growth. You don't need meat. Uh, so plant-based is it's good. Uh, but it doesn't happen automatically. It does take a good, consistent eating patterns. You need to uh, have enough calories, and so you need to track your macronutrients. Um, and so yeah, I don't rely on guesswork anymore, and so I track my intake. Um, just want to cover what does my typical meal look like. So for breakfast, I would do a bowl of fresh fruit. So 3 to 5 varieties, seasonable fruits. Um, and then after that I would go for a buckwheat waffles or einkorn bread or amaranth cereal with avocado. And then right after that, I would go for a nutrient-dense smoothie. So it has like chia seeds, blueberries, flax seeds, the concentrated protein powder. It's either spirulina or chlorella for the added protein with grape juice and water. So that right there uh, meat almost I could say almost half of my protein intake just for breakfast right there. So yeah. So for lunch it would be either quinoa rice, uh a salad, uh a cooked veggies and a bean dish. So I would alternate those beans. And then I do eat the third meal, but it's very light. So it would consist of either melons, a handful of nuts or seeds, uh, and or kale chips, or like um, 32 ounces of green juice, freshly squeezed green juice. And so I also would like to go into the whole sleep aid because sleep is very important for muscle recovery and also to have a consistent weight. So um, people who have poor sleep, they gain weight very easily. Um, so just want to cover on some of the natural remedies for sleep. So, people who have hard time sleeping, we can try chamomile, valerian, or passion flower tea. Um, Recently, I've discovered tart cherry juice concentrate. So 2 tablespoons before bed will really help you put you down. At least it has done for me. Um, and another good one is lavender essential oil aromatherapy. So you can um put a few drops with water, and then you spray around your bedding area, your pillows. That will help as well. Believe it or not, it has helped me. This the onion broth and also D3 supplement. It has also helped me with uh a restful sleep. So then, some of the good habits to promote good sleep is get a bright morning sunlight right after upon waking up. And I can't stress this enough. So regular physical activity, try to do it in the morning or early afternoon. So don't if you have to exercise late evening, don't do it just right uh close to bedtime. Do it at least 3 hours before your bedtime. Um, Another thing to consider is your environment in your sleeping quarters. So keep your room cool, dark, quiet, with good air circulation. During winter time, you might want to open a little a gap on your windows as well. Um, and of course, turn off screen 90 minutes before bedtime. So during this time, you can read not on the screen, but a book, a Bible, or you do some reflection, prayer, meditation. And sleep on time, wake up on time every single time. And then another one that people do not consider is that no chemical disruptors. So no alcohol, smokes, no caffeine, and other chemicals as well. So it includes detergent, shampoos, soaps, and softener. Try to use as natural um, as possible on those things, those toiletries. And if you want to find out my ministry, it's Humble Herbal, so humbleherbals.us. That's all I have for now.
Thank you so much, Brother Edwin. And I hope everybody was able to pick up some helpful insights. And I just wanted to clarify the tart cherry juice, was it 2 teaspoons or 2 tablespoons?
Teaspoons.
Teaspoons. Okay, so the slide is correct, is teaspoons. Alrighty. I'm going to introduce our last presenters. We are coming to an end, and after this, we're going to do a raffle prize draw. All of our ministries have donated something to send to our attendees who gets selected. But I want to introduce to you our last section is on the most important remedy of all is the trust and spiritual restoration. And Kim and Ernie are also 2 and 1 and 1 and 2, like James and Daryl. And they actually used to live in San Diego, California, up to 2017. And they were convicted that they should, live the city and live in a nourishing environment, like the country environment. And so, hanging only on the promise of God, that He will bless when we obey His commands. They left their careers. Kim is a registered nurse. Right now, she's also a master herbalist. And Ernie is a food microbiologist. But they left their, modern careers and to pursue the higher calling of reaching souls for Jesus. Their ministry is geared toward sharing their experiences and testimonies on how they trusted and obeyed God and were blessed in many ways, including their faith that grew much stronger. Their experiences are documented on their YouTube channel, City Exodus. And Kim is a registered nurse. If any one of you guys, can you post your YouTube channel on the chat? Thank you. Because I don't have that on hand. And I already introduced their prior occupations, and they are currently gospel medical missionary family. Actually, their kids are heavily involved as well, helping people with various diseases, and they also train others. They travel to many different places. They're invited to do training programs for others to be able to take on the calling. And help bring healing to people and help them to meet the great physician who is Jesus himself. They have opened actually an off-grid home sanitarium lifestyle center in their country home. And they combine both country living principles and medical missionary work. All of their children are involved in their work together with mom and dad. And here is Kim and Ernie.
Hello, everyone. I want to say hello, greetings to everyone. Again, thank you for having us on. And we just wanted to really discuss with you all the most important remedy. The what important? The most important remedy. Yes, it's the most important remedy. And we found that the greatest medical book ever written is right here in my hands. Well, it's kind of roughed up a little bit, but it's the Bible. Believe it or not, it's the Bible. I don't know if you've ever had a Toyota. I think one of the greatest cars is Toyota or Honda. We have a Honda Odyssey. We travel a lot throughout the US and use our little Honda Odyssey. But as great as the quality as Hondas and Toyotas are, you wouldn't take your Honda or Toyota. Would you take it to a Volvo dealer to fix it? Probably not. And so we probably would take it to a Honda, the experts, right, that actually made the car. So if God created us, surely we would go to him to help us. Is that right? And so I wanted to share our slides here and wanted to share with you the most important remedy. And so we're going to share our screen with you all. And that's the most important remedy. It really is the most important remedy. We believe it's God's word. And so one of the things that we found in God's word is this. I want you to listen to this. We really believe that God is a divine physician, that only truly he can heal. And he makes this promise, and we call it the divine prescription. And he says here that if thou wilt diligently hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, then I will put some of these diseases upon thee. Is that what it says, honey? Does it say some diseases?
No.
It says how many?
None.
None. That's none. That's all the diseases we've even been talking about, right?
Okay.
This whole time, all these presentations. But it says, which I have brought upon the Egyptians, for I am the Lord that, what does he do? He heals us. He heals us. And so there are health principles that the presenters have touched on and mentioned. And ultimately, it leads us to trust in God and trust in his words. See, God says in the Bible that a merry heart doeth good like a medicine. I'm sure you filled out the blank on that one. So, but a merry heart doeth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit drieth up the bones. And science has shown that, hasn't it? We see studies showing the benefits of a positive attitude, being a positive person, someone who's always happy. And so we see so many examples of the benefits of herbs. Even with King Hezekiah in the book of Kings, we see Hezekiah using figs for boils. And so there are studies on even that showing that figs have a proteolytic enzyme that breaks down necrotic tissue, such as boils, right? And also studies have shown that they've had an effect and they could actually break down cancer cells. So we see that the Bible is truly the greatest medical book ever written that I don't think any medical school uses. Do they use it, honey?
I don't think
How
so.
about in nursing school? No, but they should. There are so many lessons from it and so much counsel that God gives us. All of this to say that God knows how this living machinery works, right? After all, he did create it. And so you can see how science has validated what God has said all along, especially if you've been listening to all these great and wonderful presentations. So I hope you've been blessed with all the presentations that all the speakers
Everyone has learned a lot today.
they have learned a lot, definitely. I hope that you, yes, it is a wealth of information, and really health is wealth, right? This is really gold that you're receiving. And so we praise God and thank all the presenters as well. And so we wanted to share like how God has really, like his instructions really give us life. And so I want to share a few testimonies, if you will. And I remember when where were we at, honey?
We were in a really small town in Kenya.
In Kenya. That's in Africa.
Very rural area.
Yes, and I remember on this mission trip, we were doing some gospel and health messages for a small town in, I believe it's in Karatina, near maybe 2 hours outside of Nairobi.
That's right.
And it's a small village. But I remember someone had asked you, there's this woman in the red beanie who's they're both wearing red beanie. The woman wearing white. No, I'm just the woman to the left of Kim was someone who had asked us to see this lady who's laying in bed.
One of the pastor's wife.
Pastor's wife, that's right. And this woman who was laying down, just what happened to her, honey?
She had a full hysterectomy, and she had not been able to get up since then. She had been bedridden actually for 2 weeks. She was starting to lose a lot of her, she wasn't able to go to the bathroom. She wasn't able to do a lot of things. She wasn't able to get up because of the hysterectomy. So the pastor's wife, while we were there, she called me, and I think it was towards the end of the day. And I remember, I'm sure a lot of you have experienced that, where, towards the end of the day, your brain kind of closes down, and, you want to rest, right? So after a whole day of, consultations and visitations and different things, she asked me if I can go see this woman that had been bedridden for about 2 weeks. And I said, yes, for sure. Let's, we could at least pray for her, right? And in my mind, while we're walking towards this woman's house, this room, all I could think of was just to pray, because I could not think of anything to give her. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what's going on with her. I have no idea. I don't know. Like, Lord, help me. So I'm just praying. I'm like, Lord, please give me wisdom. My brain is already
yeah,
I couldn't think of anything anymore.
Going back to the verse, right? It says that he heals.
That's right.
It says it's I am the Lord who healeth thee. It's not I am him who heals.
Right.
I am Ernie who heals.
I'm like,
right?
I don't know if there's anything I can even offer but prayer. Right. So I still went, and again, as I was on my way to her room, I was just in my mind just praying and praying, Lord, give me wisdom. How can we help this lady? Right. And so I talked to her as soon as we got there, just trying to get some information about her. And she was desperate. She was desperate to get up. She was desperate to be able to do the things that she wanted to do, and the things that she was able to do before her surgery. And again, in my mind, I'm like, Lord, what can we do? How can we help her? Right. And so I asked all of us, we started to pray, and, we're praying, and again, asking the Lord, give me wisdom on how we can help this lady. And after that prayer, the Lord, in his small, still voice, says, give her some ginger tea.
And keep in mind, I wasn't there. I just happened to pass by. I saw them holding hands, and I said, hey, can you guys take a picture? And I took a picture and I left. So I didn't get the story until afterwards. Okay.
And in my mind, I'm like, ginger, that's all I can think of. Like, Lord, that's all I have, like ginger. And so, faithfully, I said, okay, let's, do we have some ginger? We're in Africa. I mean, there's so many plants and different things. And, but at that moment, we just wanted to give her something that would hopefully relieve her of some of her ailments. Right. And so,
or at least of the pain.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I asked the pastor's wife, I said, do we have some ginger? And she said, yes. I said, okay, can we make some tea?
It's because
yes, we started.
We can call like Amazon and order like one day service, Amazon Prime. We were in the middle of the village. So we had to really rely on God. Right?
Yes, rely on God and rely on the plants that he has created for us, right? So anywhere you're at, the Lord has planted, plants there for us to use. And but at this particular moment, the Lord just said, no, give her some ginger tea. And I said, okay, that's perfect. It's anti-inflammatory, antiviral, and so I'm like, okay, let's try it. And so we made a tea, and we gave her a cup to drink, and then we ended up going back to our hotel, and we left her. And so the next day, the next morning, this same pastor's wife, she was so excited, and she said, Sister Kim. And I said, hi, my sister. She goes, I have something to tell you. I said, yes, what's up? And then she says, the lady that we visited yesterday? I said, yes. She said, she got up. She got up this morning to go to the bathroom. She's up and about.
Praise God.
So
Now,
we were praising God together.
when I heard this, when she told me this, and she was telling me that she gave her ginger after she had left, I thought to myself, ginger? Out of all the things, ginger? Really? Like you couldn't,
Right.
there's no herb or something that we could have given her? And this is like how many years ago, right?
Right.
We didn't really have
I
as
think
much
this was
knowledge
probably
on as
22.
much as we have learned now. But
21.
yeah, and I thought ginger, and I just couldn't help but think, right? I thought God could really use anything. If he wanted to use a glass of water, he could use it, right? If he wanted to use just a breeze of fresh air, he could use whatever he wants. But the fact that we were really humbled and said, Lord, we don't know what to do. It's you that has to do it.
That's right.
If it's your will, you're going to do it, right? And so, and I just can't help but think, whatever God chose, whether it's ginger there, the fact, I can't help but think why she started walking, right? Like I'm just this is me thinking out loud at the time. I'm thinking, what if it was just really her? She really couldn't walk, right? And the ginger, the fact that someone came to take the time out of their day, her prayers were answered in the form of a willing servant, willing to come and visit her and just take the time to hold their hand, take the time to give them something, take the time to pray with them. And just another sister, the wife, right? Just people visiting her. It gave her enough encouragement to think, God did really hear my prayer.
That's right.
And this ginger, wow, it gave me ginger. And as she drank the ginger, her faith increased that God did answer her prayer and sent someone
That's right.
to visit her and to give her something. And then she just actually just woke up and just actually, because she was so happy knowing that God was there for her, that she just took that first step and realized that she could walk. And I just couldn't think that was how I was rationalizing things. I'm like, really, it's really God doing the work. And the
Amen.
fact that we have the hope, that we can have hope and we have faith, and that when he says he will do it, he will do it.
That's right.
And so her faith was so strong that day that she decided to walk.
She was
I don't
very
think it was,
much
I don't think the
encouraged.
ginger, I don't think it could have been anything. But I think it took two things. It took us to say, Lord, we need you. And it took her to say, Lord, we need you. It took the pastor's wife, Lord, I need you. And those prayers were answered. I really
Amen.
believe that. Because this is not the first time this has happened to us.
No.
We're just giving you one example, but trust in God.
Amen.
We got to trust in his word. So let's give you a couple more here. Now, here's one.
Mhm.
Now, I remember this is one of the first people we helped, and this was
Yes.
a stage 4 breast
End
cancer.
stage.
End stage. Yeah, she was ready to pass. She was bedridden. She had doctors had already given up, and she hadn't been going to the bathroom for a while. She was in much pain, so much
She
pain.
was actually already in hospice by the
Yeah,
time we got
and the
to.
breasts were very enlarged and calloused. Have you ever seen breast cancer with many tumors? They're enlarged and
Very-
hard,
And the
and then
texture of the breast was already, it's like a orange, like a rotting orange.
and it metastasized. It spread
Yes.
through her shoulder blade. So she was in so much pain. She
Her
tried
liver,
everything
her spine.
to try to get that pain away, and she couldn't even sleep.
Right.
She hadn't had sleep in a while because she was in so much. She was just wailing, just crying, like constantly, like like she was crying. And we came in there and assessed, and we prayed, right? And we prayed, and
We couldn't do it in our.
we stepped out. We stepped out of the house. We said, okay, we're just gonna. We wanted to assess things and visit and pray with her, and then we stepped out. And I remember Kim was in tears, and this is one of the first people we helped.
And I told him, I'm like, you're crazy. Why are we even here? I was like Jonah. I wanted to run away. And I thought that it was just too big for us to take on, and we didn't know much. And like, who are we? We were barely learning as medical missionaries. What could we do for this woman?
And there's no one else that would help.
There was definitely no one else. And that's what Ernie reminded me. He's like, they've tried going somewhere else. They've tried to call this person and that missionary and that doctor and that medical missionary doctor. but no one at the time, it was during COVID too, so no one wanted to help her.
And I think when you go into these situations, like with stage 4, end stage, you just have to really pray that God's will be done. We have to really trust God that if He does lay down someone to sleep, we did what we can to connect them to the true
That's
healer.
it.
Are you
That's
really
it.
looking for physical health, which gives you another 10 years or 5 years, or are you looking for spiritual health, which will give you eternity?
That's
And
right.
so I think our job as medical missionaries is to bring you closer to the true healer. We don't heal. Only God does that.
That's right.
If He adds the physical healing and we become God's tools to be the scalpel, you're not going to praise the scalpel in surgery. You're going to praise the physician, the surgeon,
Amen.
right? And so this is what God is doing, and what we realized. And so we went in there just doing what we can. And so in this particular situation, she hadn't slept in a while, right?
Yeah, she was
So what were
having a really hard time, getting sleep because of the pain. She was in a lot of pain. She also didn't want to do any chemo. She didn't want to do any medication. She wanted to do everything natural.
Yeah.
So, we were in the beginning, we were giving her things like Jamaican dogwood and wild lettuce and, a lot of the heavy hitters of herbs that are good for pain, right? But still, she was still in a lot of pain, wailing all the time. And, and one of I think it was maybe the third day that we were with her. I said, you know what? I actually climbed onto her bed. I lay down on my side with her and I told her, let's pray.
Yeah.
And I started stroking her arm. I said, let's pray, let's pray. Let's pray for Jesus to take away your pain. And so as I'm praying, I'm praying for the Lord to just place His healing hands.
And you're holding her hand.
And I was holding her
Yeah,
hand.
you're holding
Yes, I was holding her hand and just, stroking her hand at the same time and stroking her arm and just praying and praying and praying. And
all of a sudden, not Kim, not Kim. It was her. She finally got some rest.
some rest and she got some sleep.
And
so I would do that with her, frequently. I would climb onto her bed and just give her that touch and pray that the Lord will take away her pain, even for just an hour or two. So,
yes, and so as for the person who's asking for help, and
mhm.
both ways, the person administering help on our side, we're asking God for help, and then
Amen.
she's asking God for help because she wants her pain relieved. And so when you have that and that complete trust in God, I believe that we've seen it so many times where God delivers on that promise. So that even if He didn't, praise God, because there must be a reason for it. It says in Romans 8:28, all things
Work together.
for the good
Mhm.
to those who love God and who are called to His purpose. And so if everything's working for our good, then we have to be able to see sometimes our greatest disappointments and challenges are really our greatest blessings.
That's right.
So yeah, that was a great experience as well. And so we had another experience just recently, right?
Just recently.
Just recently.
I thought I'd share this one because it happened to me recently. And it's so this experience that I wanted to share with you was it happened the night before we left our home in Arizona to travel to Maui to do an health and gospel series out here. And we had been so busy, that day, weeding and making our usual preparations to leave and
We meant weeding because we were farming. Yeah,
yes,
just-
it's
a lot of weeding.
a lot of weeding, and we had been traveling for like 6 weeks, and we were just home for a few days, like 2 days. So we had a lot to do, and so between visitors and consultations and running on very little sleep, by that afternoon, I noticed a migraine coming on. And headaches and migraines are very rare for me. I don't usually get them, and when I do get one, it usually goes away. I just hydrate, or I take some cayenne pepper, or a few natural remedies, something, or I go outside, I go for a walk, it goes away. And that day I had already been outside getting my sunshine. We were working outside weeding, so I was getting exercise and different things, and it just didn't go away. I was drinking water. I even took some Celtic salt, and this time was totally different. And as the day went on, it became more and more intense. And by evening, I could barely open my eyes because of, because of the lights in the house. It was just so painful. So I went to bed early thinking, I probably just need some sleep. I need to sleep it off. Instead, I spent the night tossing and turning, and the migraine just continued to worsen. So, and I always say, like, I have a pretty high tolerance for pain, and but this one, I just couldn't bear.
Yeah.
I couldn't bear.
She was in a lot of pain.
Yeah,
I
was
tried to
a lot-
ask her if she needed anything.
Yeah,
She says, no, I need some rest.
I remember in the morning that day, early in the morning, I had, usually I had taken my cayenne with lemon juice and different things. And that was the only thing that I took that day. But this is just different. The pain was just different. It was unbearable. So every time I would wake up tossing and turning, I would just be in prayer. So I prayed and I would ask the Lord to just, Lord, was it something that I did? Please forgive me if there's anything that I've violated. I didn't rest the night before, and I haven't been getting sleep. Lord, please forgive me, Lord. Anything like that was just coming into my mind, and just asking him, Lord, please, if it be your will, please give me some relief. I just was in prayer and praying for others and praying for people who were sick, friends of mine, family, just different people, and just praying and praying in constant prayer. And then, like, that and just like that persistent, widow in the Bible, I kept asking him, Lord, if it be your will, please take this pain away. And, I reminded him that we would be traveling the next day, that I needed strength to finish everything before, beginning our journey. And around 5:30 in the morning, Ernie already got up, and he saw that I was still in a lot of pain. And he asked, hey, is there anything that I can do for you? Is there anything that you
Yeah, because I
need?
remember waking up and
Yeah.
then you said, it still hurts.
Yeah, I told him I was,
Oh, no.
I was still in a lot of pain. The migraine is still there. It's not going away. And then I was completely exhausted by that time. And so I just kept praying again. I tried to go back to sleep, just quietly praying in my
I'll be
mind.
done in a bit. Thank you.
And I must have drifted off for a short while. And when I woke again, the pain was still there. It was still there. And I simply prayed, Lord, please, please, just agonizing in prayer with him, please take away this pain, Lord. I need to be stronger. I need strength to make this travel, Lord. I can't do it, Lord, without you. And then something happened that I can't fully explain. And suddenly, as I'm still praying in my mind, I could literally feel the pain beginning to dissolve. That's the best way. I told Ernie, and I'm like, I can't explain it. The best way I could explain it is like the pain was just beginning to dissolve. And it was as if the Lord placed his hands gently upon my head, and it started to just dissolve the pain. I was like, I was overwhelmed. I was really overwhelmed with what I was experiencing. I'm like, how is this even possible? Like, to be able to feel someone, something just dissolving, little by little, all the pain that I was feeling. I couldn't explain it. And I tried my best to like explain it to Ernie. I'm like, the only way that I could explain it is, is him just melting away the pain. I was totally blown away. I have never ever experienced anything like that in my life. I've seen God heal others, but this was the first time I have physically experienced his healing power in such a personal way. So,
Amen. Amen. Yeah, that was just recently.
yeah, it was just a couple of days ago.
And so the Bible does say pray without ceasing, right? So there's a lot of
Amen.
examples of prayer and the power of prayer. And so again, we have to just trust and take God at his word.
It just reminded me that, while God, sometimes doesn't always choose to remove our suffering immediately, he always hears us. He's always near. And when he does intervene, it's like you can't even deny that it's him.
Yeah, that's right.
It's undeniable, his power.
And since we travel a lot, it reminds me of the saying, God doesn't ever guarantee a smooth flight, but he guarantees a safe landing.
Amen. Amen.
And so, she had that experience. I remember a few years ago, we went to the mountains, and this was before, I think it was GYC that we went to in Phoenix.
Yes,
We went
yes.
to a conference in Phoenix, and I remember we were in the mountains. We went to see snow because we haven't seen snow. We went to snow and
Right.
we went to see snow. And I remember my son, Basil, my middle son, he went sledding. And I was at the base of the hill talking to her dad, my father-in-law. And Basil went down the hill with the sled, and then he ran right into me. He blindsided me, and as I was in midair, I remembered I wanted to fall to the side, and I tucked in my arm to make sure that I don't land on my wrist. And instead, I tucked in my elbow right to my rib, and I landed right on my rib on that elbow, and it pushed and nudged my rib, and I heard like a crack. And I said, "Oh boy, I was in so much pain. I couldn't breathe. The wind was knocked out of me." And I remember I couldn't even move. Like I couldn't, when just putting on my pants or putting on a shirt or moving my arm this way, it would hurt so much. And so we ended up going to GOIC and going to the hotel, and I was just struggling. I was struggling, but I went to the meetings, and I remember one of the
Carry a lot of boxes.
Yeah, to
Pam
carry-
and I, our eldest, because Ernie couldn't.
we were doing
even-
outreach. We were passing out
couldn't
books and
carry
different
it.
literature, like around the city, around the different
Mhm.
neighborhoods, and we were doing all these activities, and I just couldn't do anything. I couldn't move my arm up, and it was very, very hard and painful. And so I could feel it too, like a lump on my rib, or something like cracking. I definitely, there's inflammation. I didn't want to go to the hospital, but I was using the comfrey that you made, so I was putting comfrey. And then I remember one of the presentations, or one of the sermons that this guy was preaching, was Isaiah 58. And he said that when we serve others, if you ever read Isaiah 58 at the beginning, it's the only promise in verses 7 and 8 where it says your health will come back to you speedily.
That's right.
And I remember he mentioned that before 7 and 8, the first 6 verses, it talks about the true fast is really helping others and serving others. And so I remember walking out of that going, wow, that was such a great message, honey. I remember that was a great, great message. And we're walking out, and there's a homeless guy, and everyone kept passing him by. And he had all these scabs on his head. He was like kind of hurt, or I don't know if he was hurt. He just had scabs and everything. A lot of sores. And everyone just kept passing him by. And I was about to pass him by, and something in me was telling me, oh
We
man.
actually passed him a little
Yeah.
bit.
But then this conviction, like we can't,
Yes.
how can we have heard a message to help others and then all of a sudden just walk by him? Why are all of us walking by him? So I decided to go back to him. I asked him what's his name. I said, hey, what happened? Like, and he was just telling me what happened to him. And I said, do you mind if I pray with you? He said, oh, sure. I was like, you know what? I had a little bit of comfrey left, and I was like, I didn't want to give it to him because I need it for my ribs, And I was like, I had like half a bottle left, and I said, maybe this will work for him. And I was like, okay, I'll give it to him. I said, you mind? I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna go to my hotel room, and I'm gonna go and get some things for you. And we had some sandwiches left and some different things that we were trying to save to eat because we hardly had any groceries. Yeah, and so we ended up. I ended up giving him that. I went to the hotel room, told Kim like, "Hey, I ended up talking to that guy, and I'm going to give him the rest of my comfrey bottle, and I'm going to give him some of the sandwich. Do you have anything? Can we scrape up whatever we have left that's still good? That's still that we haven't
And we
eaten
were
yet?"
able to.
So we
make
had a little care
bag.
package. I went
Yeah.
back over there. I gave it to him. I showed him how to apply it, and I prayed with him about it. And then he said, "Thank you, thank you." And I gave him some literature, different things about some things about Jesus. I prayed. I went back to the hotel. I felt good. I went up to the hotel, and then I was just taking off my shoes, and I took off my shirt to change. I was changing, and I noticed. Wait a minute, and I started. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, honey. I don't feel any pain anymore.
It's like,
It's just look at this, and I was literally like exact, and I was just moving like so like as if,
that was incredible.
and I just. Isaiah 58, verses 7 and 8, your health will come back to you speedily. And see,
Amen.
when we trust in God and trust in it, put him at his word, he can do so many things. I truly believe that. We've seen so many. And I'm not saying every single time. There's times that we have to wait it out. And but the Bible also says wait on the Lord, right? And so we're going to finish with this testimony. This is someone that I'm going to finish off with this testimony of this young woman who she's in her 20s.
Mm-hmm.
And she had been struggling with what is that? A thick endometrium, the inner lining of her uterus, and that caused a lot of issues with bleeding. And she would bleed
She had PCOS too.
She had PCOS, and then she also had ovarian cysts and different things.
Yeah.
And she came to us, And we helped her and pointed her out, did a health study with her on the Bible to show her some of the things in the Bible about health. And she really believed in what we were in the Bible and in God and what God can do. And so she decided to make a sacrifice and do the things that God was asking her to do, change her lifestyle, follow some biblical
All
principles
the
that
things that you guys have been
all the
learning
things you've been learning.
today.
She's been applying all of that.
Yes.
And we related it to the woman who in the book of Mark, the woman who had trouble bleeding for over 12 years. And she had been having the same problem for 10 years, almost 10 years, and bleeding nonstop for 5 to 6 weeks straight. That means almost bleeding consecutively. And so within the first 2 months, she lost a good amount of weight, like 26 pounds. And she found out that when she went to the doctor, that her cysts were gone. And so she continued. Well, I'm gonna let her tell you the testimony. I'm gonna play this for you, and I want you to just kind of think about like how this woman really trusted in God. And it reminded me of the one who just wanted to touch the robe of of Jesus's garment. Listen to this.
I finally contacted Brother Ernie and Sister Kim. I was kind of like in a frustrated mind, you know. I didn't know what to think, but I saw the results that was happening with my mom and aunt. So I was like, you know what? I might as well give it a try. And so our first interaction, you know, we prayed. We had like a little.
Oh, pause real quick. I just want to give you the backdrop that she went to doctors, and their suggestions were birth control.
Yes.
Their suggestions were to give her a hysterectomy or something,
Yeah.
or all these different things to cut things out. But I just want to let you know that. Okay, so listen.
Bible study, and Brother Ernie and Sister Kim told me and showed me the story of how the woman who had the issue of blood, she also dealt with it for about as long as I did. And she had faith to go and just touch the hem of Jesus's garment to be healed. And so for me to do the protocol, I had to put my faith in God and just like reach out my hand to like touch the hem of his garment and to trust in him that he will heal me and that I don't have to go looking for the answers myself. So I trust in God, and so now I'm happy to say that I have like regular menstrual cycles. I no longer am bleeding for like 5 to 6 weeks. I have regular 7-day cycles or 7-day menstrual periods. I have energy now. I can work with the children that I was working with before. I'm going back to church, and I'm hanging out with my family and stuff again. So I praise God for Sister Ernie and Brother Ernie and Sister Kim for all the work that they do, and all the time that they spent like taking the time to look into every single symptom and to find the correct herbs that will take those symptoms away, and not to just give a pill to like to deal with the symptoms, but they find the herbs that will actually heal and cleanse the body and detox the body. And so I praise God for both of them and what they're doing for other people's lives and my whole family.
You see, the key word there was trust. We simply didn't do anything. I mean, we did our part as far as just really showing her we're just regurgitating what God was saying in here. And the principles that you've been learning through all these presentations, those are principles that all the presenters have learned through the greatest medical book ever written. And the science that you've been seeing is just science validating what God has known all along. This is his living machinery that he created. He knows exactly what will help it get back,
Amen.
to its normal operating,
Optimum
optimum
level.
levels, and he knows how to prevent things from happening as well.
That's why he gives us instructions, right?
That's right.
Mhm.
And so I think, I think if we could take away anything from all the things that we're learning is that we really just need to trust God at his word, and really look for the answers, because the Bible says in Matthew 6:33, seek ye first the kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things should be added unto us. Does that include health? Well, he says all these things, right? And so I believe that he really wants us. It says here in 3 John 1:2 that he wishes above all things that we prosper and be in health, even as our soul prospereth. And so I just want to say that God is really the author and finisher of not only our faith, but I believe that he wants to restore us. He wants to restore us, and he is the God of restoration. And if that is true, which I know it is, then he wants to restore you today. He wants to restore you and me today and really prepare us for the earth and the heavens and everything that he has been preparing for us since the beginning. And so he wants you to be healthy. He wants you to be healthy both physically and spiritually. And so do we all of us here that have been presenting today. We want you all to know that we love you and that turn to God, and I am sure that he has an answer, because he says, call on me and I will answer. That number is always never disconnected, or you always have good signal. 333, Jeremiah 33, verse 3. Call on him and he'll answer and show you great and mighty things you know not. And so please, my appeal to you is with much prayer, turn to God, and he wants to heal. He is the Lord that healeth thee.
It's the business of healing,
And
even today.
that's right. Amen. So thank you so much. God bless you all. And we hope that you've been blessed by all of the presentations that you've been listening to.
Amen. Thank you so much, Brother Ernie and Sister Kim. Yes, our trust in God is so important. It brings, healing to the whole body, to our being, mind, body, spirit, all. And it makes our minds healthier. And, if you have never really met Jesus, then I would say, consider it, because it has definitely been the driving force of my life and my ministry, and the reason why I help people. And so, same for all the other presenters. As we close the health fair, I want to give give everybody a way to get in touch with every health presenter here today. And let me just see if I can get this PowerPoint. So I wanted to, okay, there we go. All right, I am going to share our medical missionary directory. Let me know if you're able to see the medical missionary directory. And I'm also posting it on the chat, so feel free to do the QR code on your phones, or just click the link in the Zoom chat that I just posted and save it. And I will actually email this out to everybody after after today sometime. So this is going to give you access to all of our presenters, and to get in touch with them as needed if you are in need of their help and their expertise. All right. So it's in there in the chat. So I'm going to move on to the next to say thank you to everybody who has persisted the full 5 hours and are still here. About half of us have already dropped off. There is a raffle if you want to scan the give me 1 second. I'm going to also put it in the chat. So let me just put it in the chat. Go ahead and scan the QR code and do the Google form that it takes you to. And everybody who submits a form right now, later on we are going to randomly choose a few people, and we're going to be sending you a gift. There may be a tincture from one of the herbal stores. It could be Mercy's cookbook. There's various things that our presenters have offered. And I'm just going to give you a little bit of time so that you can do the raffle and copy it from the chat. And you're going to take your, you could just click on the link right there, the raffle, Sister Christine Harvey. Just click on the link if you don't know how to do the QR code. Were you able to get that, Sister Christine? Okay. And go ahead and do that. Awesome. So we may be doing a deep dive in August, and it's going to depend a lot on presenter availability, but I will be sending out an email announcement. A lot of our communication is going to be via email, so please check your emails. Make sure you check your spam folder, and hopefully we will see some of you in our next deep dive section, hopefully in August. We'll be sending out an announcement. And God bless you all, and I hope that today you were able to start your health journey with our Revive Your Health health fair, and you will be able to eventually achieve your goals. And our hope as Christian practitioners is that you will eventually meet the great physician who can heal your soul as well. All right, I am going to close the Zoom. It was nice to spend this time with you, and God bless every single one of you.
Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you. God bless you.
Feel free to unmute and say goodbye if you'd like. I will.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye.
everybody.
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Thank you so
everybody.
much.
Thank you
Bye.
so
Thank
much.
you. Have a wonderful, blessed.
Bye. Dr. Bang.